Okay. Okay, call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of June 9th, 2026. With us tonight, Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, myself, Ms. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Asa, Ms. Rinaldi, Mr. Krasnov, Ms. O'Neill, and Superintendent Testani. If I could ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. At this time, I'm going to request unanimous consent of the board to make two slight modifications to the agenda. First, if we could please have recognition of excellence of our spring FCAC and state athlete champions come immediately now, as these children have, I don't know, a few exams to study for. That is my first request. My second request is for item 7F. First reading of policy 6142. If we could please move that up immediately after public comment, as we have an 8th grader who is part of that presentation, and I would like to not have him wait what I'm guessing is about 3 hours in order to present. Do I have unanimous consent for those two changes? Okay, thank you so much. And with that, for the recognition of excellence of our spring FCAC and state athletic champions, I turn it over to you, Mr. Testani.
Thank you. This is a great evening. We're going to celebrate some tremendous student athletes tonight. I'm going to call up both our high school principals, Dr. Hatsis and Mr. Cavana, to introduce our coaches, who will then introduce our student athletes tonight. So at this time, I call up Dr. Hatsis and Mr. Cavana to present the coaches.
Good evening, and thank you for accommodating our student athletes so that they can study tonight. We're very grateful for that. We're going to start tonight with the Ludlow track team, girls track team, who won the FCACs. That's right. Won the FCACs this year, but also for the first time in school's history, won as state champions. So I am going to call forward our FCAC Coach of the Year, Justin Tomczyk, to also introduce the assistant coaches and all of the members of the team. So Justin, come on up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hatsis. I really appreciate that. Before I start, I just wanted to quickly introduce Coach Andrew DeCastro and Coach Mary Tracy. We are all also 3 teachers in this district, so this is a really special night for us. And thank you to the entire board. Thank you, Superintendent Testani. Thank you to the FLHS Athletic Department. These kind of epic seasons can happen with unanimous support for our student athletes. So thank you so much. I want to call up first our team captains, and you already acknowledged this is the night before exams. We have a very large and epic track and field team. Not all could be here because they are studying, and they do definitely want to be, and they're watching online for sure. So our girls captains, I'd like to call up Kaylee Cooleen, Ann Gilligan, Ruby Grossart, Lexi Lockwood, and Caroline Morris. And the rest of our athletes in attendance this evening: Sophia Zielinski, Sydney Zielinski, Zoe Enyam, Gwen Gibbon, Maya Patton, and Naira Richard Muhammad. As one. Yep. Thank you again, everybody. I'm going to run through the individual accolades real quick. And again, not all are present. We have a really epic young lady that you met in the winter. She was also recognized. Frida Patzner could not be here tonight. She was all FCAC event champion in long jump, triple jump, and high jump at the FCAC meet. She's a foreign exchange student here from Germany who's going to do the heptathlon next week and then get on a plane back to Germany. She is an incredible person. Lexi Lockwood was our shot put and javelin all FCAC first team acknowledgement. Some of our 4x4 team is also here of Olivia Wellen, Maya Patton, Emily Sanders, and Ann Gilligan. Olivia Wellen was also all FCAC and high jump, and Emma Drought, who could not be here, was also all FCAC and jav. Our second team, all FCAC second team, we have our 4x1, several of them here, Zoe Enyam, Caroline Morris, Gwen Gibbon, and Emily Sanders. Again, Lexi Lockwood for disc, Olivia Wellen for the 400, and Caroline Morris again for long jump. And then last but certainly not least, all state honors, which of course are champions at the state meet. Lexi Lockwood was the shot put champion for class LL. And again, Frida Patzner could not be here tonight, but she was the long jump champion at class LL. Again, thank you all so much for your support. We can't do this without you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Cavan. I have the great privilege of being the principal at Fairfield Ward High School, and I'm honored to be here with Hudson Shunk. Hudson is not only an outstanding student, but he's an outstanding student athlete and captain of the outdoor track team. FCAC and CIC Class L individual champion from outdoor track. He took first in the FCAC 3200, and he took first in the Class L meet in the 3200. Please join me in congratulating him. I would also like to acknowledge Alex Morgan. Alex is out of town, could not be here tonight. Alex is first in the FCAC in the 1600, and Alex is first in both the 1600 and 3200 in the Class L. Please join me for a round of applause for Alex.
Now it's kind of fun that we actually get to sit on the same side of the table instead of opposing sides. So we'd like to introduce now our Fairfield Girls Rugby Co-op team from both schools who accomplished the task of becoming state champions in a 7v7. First time ever for our co-op program to do that. So I'd like to introduce Christiane Cassay, the coach of the team.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. My name is Christiane Cassay. This is my second year as head coach for the girls rugby team, and I'm also a PE teacher at Roger Ludlow Middle School. I would first like to introduce my wonderful team. We're going to start with the ward side because we are comprised of both schools, which is really exciting and really we're really proud of. Starting with our captain, Kaylor Carew. Rachel Altieri, Julie Chom, Sophia Romano, Katie Romaniev, Val Sanchez, representing Ludlow, Conch Carrera. Alexa Ferrante. Alina Muhaxeri. Anya Reddy. And Cece Roberts. I also have an assistant coach, Kaylee Kudjoe, who unfortunately could not be here with us this evening. Just a little bit about our team. Last season, we finished the regular season with 2 wins. This year, we went 10-5 in the regular season, finishing in first place of all of the teams in the league. We won the state championship tournament after defeating Staples in the semifinal and Shoreline in the final 17-12. Thank you again. We really appreciate it.
We just also wanted to just quickly acknowledge our athletic directors who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, but obviously a lot of the hard work goes into helping these teams, especially the further they go into tournaments and arranging all the things which you cannot predict at the beginning of the season, obviously, until they have success. Mr. Parness was actually at our boys baseball state semifinal match tonight up in Waterbury. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to report they did not win the game, but it was a 3-hour long haul, so he was unable to be here tonight with that. So.
And I just wanted to thank Mrs. DiGiacomo for her efforts in supporting our student athletes, and I'm so proud of the War student athletes. So thank you to both the athletic directors for their hard work and dedication.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, we sincerely appreciate the student athletes coming out tonight, even given your busy schedule. It's a lot of fun for us to have these moments where we get to recognize all that you do as we talk about you, invest in you, budget for you, but there's nothing like seeing you here and being able to acknowledge your accomplishments that we really appreciate that you could join us this evening. So thank you so much and very much wish you good luck on your exams. At this time, we'll now move on to public comment. I'll just pause a moment, though. No, that's after public comment. Okay. I like the uniform. Okay, so again, we will now move on to public comment. Public comment is on agenda items only. And I'll note that we do have a contract item on our agenda, but it is not the board's practice to take public comment on personnel matters. Public comment is normally 3 minutes in length. May I get a quick survey of how many people are planning to give public comment? Okay, so we are going to have to reduce this to 2 minutes. So if the other thing that I will ask is that we have 2 microphones. If we could please have whoever is going to be next at the next microphone, so if people could come up 2 at a time. We have an extremely full agenda, and I know many people are waiting for many different topics on the agenda to hear that discussion. And so I do want to make sure that we can move efficiently through all of your comments and hear you all out. So at this time, if people would like to come up, and again, you just need to press the button. If the green light is on, it's working. And we just need your name and address. And if whoever would like to come up second, if you could please come up to the other microphone.
Is it on? Is it on? Okay. Excuse me. My name is Sarah Clausen, 470 Cornell Road, and I have a current first grader and rising kindergartner at Stratfield. I'm here to discuss the benefits of smaller class sizes. I was recently up here talking about the benefits of STEAM classes and enriching programming for the elementary schools. During my spring conference, I asked my daughter's first grade teacher about that topic as it was top of mind. She reiterated her belief in STEAM programming, but unprompted and well before this was on the community agenda, brought up how class size is the biggest issue facing her today. Last year, she had 17 kids in the class as there were 3 sections in first grade. This year, with only 2 sections and 45 kids shared across 2 classrooms, she was handed 23 children, and it was an entirely different year for everyone. She explained to me how much less time she had per child, how she couldn't get to each individual child per lesson like she could last year, and how much she wishes she could. This is a veteran teacher with over 2 decades of experience who loves helping kids learn and is stretched way too thin every day because of the sheer number of children in the room. The extra table in the classroom that was reserved last year for kids who were perhaps having a rough day to take a minute away from their classmates, or for kids to spread out and have a little more space, is now packed with children's supplies and everything that is needed for 23 children. The classroom is bursting. The max number of kids in reality is overwhelming. I was in there yesterday. I'm seeing it firsthand. We are so blessed to have teachers that care about our children and are doing their absolute best with the numbers that we are giving them, but we can do better for them. Our kids deserve more individual attention than any one person can give to 23 kids. I don't think it's a stretch to say that if we lower class sizes, we will see better academic progress, growth, and yes, test scores, today and for years to come. We have a chance to make the classroom experience better for the kids and the teachers who educate them day in and day out, and I ask you to do anything you can to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir? Okay, I am going to ask if you could please hold the applause and if the next speaker could please come up to be ready. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, guys. So good evening. My name is Sunil Purushottam. I live at 78 Edgewood Place.
Okay.
Yes? Yes? Yeah. Okay, I can speak loud enough for you. So as I was going to say, I'm a college professor, so I am used to speaking loudly as well. I've been teaching at the college level for over 13 years. And over this time, like professors around the country, we have witnessed a stark decline in student performance and capacity. This is very real. This is a nationwide and global trend. Test scores are down nearly everywhere, and that doesn't even reveal half of the loss that we have witnessed. This decline is taking place in our district too, with test scores and school report cards showing decline here across the board, pretty much, in reading, math, and science since 2010. Right? So we are also, at most schools, there's one school that has improved in all 3 of those. So this is a crisis, and nothing more than the future of our children in society. We force these kids to take all these tests. We design the entire curriculum around these tests, and I have a lot to say about that, but I won't. Yet when the tests show that the schools are struggling, we do nothing. There's no sense of urgency. There's not even a recognition. Lowering the class size is not a silver bullet, but it is a step as part of a comprehensive plan. They point to a handful of academic articles that say that class size doesn't matter in terms of learning outcomes. For those of us who are educators, that would be asking us to ignore our lived experience. Academic myself, I would dispute those studies. So I'd urge you to ask your teachers whether they think it makes a difference, and the answer is assessment, to progress reports, engaging with parents, social emotional management, so on and so forth. So as the board looks to alter and amend the class size policy, I should say also that the students I see coming out of K-12 at the university, and this is common across the country, they are demoralized and they feel like they are.
Okay. I'm sorry, that is your 2 minutes. If you could just give me a close-up sentence.
Be 3 minutes. I have things.
Sir, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, sir. As I made clear before we started the public comment, you have 2 minutes, sir.
As right before the public comment, but I've planned for 3, so please let me finish, right? So I would urge.
Sir, you may have 1 sentence to wrap up your comments. I can't make an exception for you and not for everybody else.
Okay.
I do not want to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. It is disrespectful to my fellow board members.
I watch all of the meetings, you know, I usually can't come, and I know that efficiency is generally not the sort of.
Sir, your final sentence, please.
Okay, so I would say this, nowhere in the class size policy as it is written today does it say that you cannot add a section
if and only if you are at cap, right? That.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're going to move on to the next speaker now, please.
I'll try and pick up where he left off because I'm making very similar points. My eldest
Could I
daughter,
have your name and address? I'm sorry.
Michelle Heffernan, 431 Erin Hill Road. We moved here 4 years ago. A big reason was the education system. I was shocked at my kindergarten class that my daughter just finished is 23 kids. Wonderful teachers, had an opportunity to sit in the classroom for a few different events. I don't think any rational person leaves a room of 23 6-year-olds and thinks this is an optimal learning environment. I'm relieved to hear other parents echoing the same sentiment. I've spent a lot of time going through the budget, going through all the meetings. I understand that this is such a complicated equation and how hard everyone's working to optimize it. I would like to ask for more clarity around class targets, not maximums, but targets, and then more clarity and transparency as to when those targets are exceeded to why. I think right now there's a lot of onus on parents and a perception that if you are the squeakiest wheel, you get the attention, or your kids are going to be disadvantaged by the current policy. I don't believe that's the case, but I couldn't find anything to prove otherwise. I think, yes, I want lower class sizes. I understand that there's a $2 million budget reduction, but I think we can put better guardrails to make sure, particularly the same cohorts aren't routinely bearing the brunt of staffing reductions related to budget. My kindergartner is looking at going into first grade with, again, 2 classes at the max size opposed to adding a third. How do we make sure that these same kids aren't disadvantaged year after year?
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening. I'm Rob Schamberg and I live at 393
Oh,
Toys Hill Road. My daughter's
Excuse me, can I just interrupt really quickly? I'm just so sorry to interrupt you. We've just been asked a request to only use the microphone on that side, that one, just for Fair TV. I'm sorry, so sorry to interrupt you after you start. You can just move the microphone back and forth, but
Sure.
It's
sorry,
not
Jen.
working.
It's just going in and out apparently.
Gotcha.
So I'm so sorry.
Okay.
My daughters Margot and Audrey attend Stratfield Elementary. Tonight, I'm speaking out against the push to increase class sizes, both as a parent and a teacher. I teach economics, U.S. government and politics, and We the People at Staples High School, where I've seen firsthand the consequences of large class sizes. When measuring the impact of large classes, we must recognize that the consequences vary dramatically across different age groups and academic disciplines. If a class is about absorbing information, overcrowding isn't ideal, but it's manageable. If a class is about absorbing information, the class is about learning how to read, write, or solving problems, they're going to need individualized help. Getting help in a crowded room forces students to ask their questions publicly in front of the entire class. This setup disproportionately hurts quiet students or those who are simply too embarrassed to admit they are lost. This puts more strain on a system, and students need to be willing and able to stay after school to meet with teachers, and teachers need to have the mental capacity to answer questions after school that otherwise could have been answered in class with a proper student-to-teacher ratio. I recognize that tough budget decisions have to be made, but rather than an across-the-board increase that treats every classroom the same, we need to approach this situation with nuance. My eldest, Margot, which currently has 3 sections of roughly 18 students apiece. She had a tough start to the year, but her teacher had the bandwidth to support her and guide us. The teacher was able to focus on my child because she was set up for success. We are already seeing the strain of higher numbers in my younger daughter Audrey's kindergarten class. Unless you are a teacher, you might miss the subtle signs of burnout. But I see it. I see a teacher overwhelmed by the sheer volume of needs in the room. That teacher is not being set up for success, and this proposal will only expand that burden to others. When teachers are overwhelmed, the consequences are immediate. Passionate teachers inevitably check out simply to survive. The classroom feels less secure, behavioral issues creep in, and the joy of learning fades. Elementary school is when we must empower students to love learning and believe in themselves. If we crowd them into rooms with burnout teachers, we turn education into a mere transaction, just busy work in exchange for a grade. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. And if you could, yeah. Let's see if it comes up as a recurring point. Okay, sir. Thank you.
My name is Phil Heyman, 649 Wilson Street. Good evening, members of the board. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Stratfield Elementary School. Like many families, we chose Fairfield to make our home of its strong community and its reputation for educational excellence. Fairfield has long been recognized as a model school district, and I'm here tonight to urge the board to continue that tradition by supporting smaller class sizes in our elementary schools. The early elementary years are among the most important in our child's educational journey. Increasing class sizes in kindergarten through grade 2 creates challenges, not only for students, but for our teachers and parents. Larger class sizes make it more difficult for teachers to provide individualized attention, identifying learning needs early, and build strong relationships that are essential to parent success and student success. On a personal note, this decision made today has a personal impact on my family, as my son has special needs, and he would certainly benefit from smaller class sizes. The research on class size is compelling and consistent. Studies have found that students in smaller class sizes significantly outperform their peers in larger classes in both reading and mathematics throughout the K-3 years. These early grades are when foundational literacy and numeracy skills are developed, and students benefit greatly from increased teacher interaction, feedback, and support. Research also shows that smaller class sizes allow for more individualized instruction and attention, enable early identification of learning differences, support more targeted interventions for struggling students, help reduce achievement gaps among students, improve classroom engagement and learning outcomes.
Sir, I'm going to need you to wrap it up.
A major study in the UK found that students in smaller classes gained as much as 14% percentile points on reading assessments compared to students in larger classes.
All right, thank you, sir.
As board members, I urge you to vote.
And I should also remind you, you are more than welcome to email that to the board as well if there's any points that you didn't get to make. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lindsay Lauren. I live at 55 Lola Street. I have 3 kids at Stratfield School, including twin kindergarteners in 2 at-capacity classes. The truth is, I don't want to be here right now, but my son's teacher has to use a microphone to teach kindergarten, so here I am. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about my son. I say this not to brag, but my newly 6-year-old can do my 3rd grader's math faster than she can. I'm talking division, multiplication, you name it. I didn't do anything to teach him, and he certainly didn't learn it in kindergarten, but that's not what the story's about. Andrew totally tanked his winter NWEA. I'm going to be honest, I don't really care about the test score because I know that my kid is doing fine in math. I expected his teacher to have something similar to say when I emailed her after the scores were posted to see if we could figure out what went wrong on test day. Instead, Andrew told me he was pulled aside to confirm that he could count and do low number addition. I may not really care about the test scores, but I absolutely care that by mid-year, my son's teacher didn't really seem to know him that well. To be perfectly clear, this is not a criticism of his absolute Disney princess of a kindergarten teacher. The woman is a saint and she is trying, but she is burnt out and exhausted. You'd never know it. The trouble is when there are 23 crazy kindergartners in a tiny room, all anyone can do is put out the fires. And when we're asking teachers to teach in survival mode, how do they really get to know and love our kids? They can't. The fallback answer is to add a para, and to be honest, that feels tone deaf. The paras are great, but I'm not sure adding another body to a crowded and chaotic room is quite the solution that we might think it is. Space is at a premium. A lot has changed in the district since the capacity was set. Most recently, we switched to play-based learning, and I was excited until I realized that with 23 kids in a room, there's nowhere to play. You can hardly walk, and you certainly can't think or learn. My son's kindergarten teacher has to use a microphone. I know we can do better than that, and I hope that you'll amend the policy to lower the capacity.
Thank you.
Good evening, Rebecca Sullivan, 142 Rockland Road. Dear members of the board, I am speaking to you tonight as both a parent of 2 young boys in the district and as the spouse of an educator in town as well. We have been members of the Stratfield School community for the past 5 years, and my youngest son is a rising kindergartner going into the school next year. And I am increasingly concerned about the classroom sizes in elementary schools. For the past 2 years, while volunteering in schools, I have witnessed our kindergarten teachers corral 20 to 24 kids in the 2 sections that we have over the past couple of years. These are veteran teachers that we're talking about. They've been teaching for 20 plus years. These 2 sections followed them into 1st grade, and it could continue through their years at Stratfield, being in these crazy large classrooms. This year, we have heard that our 4th graders who have had 3 sections over their entire elementary school career may be reduced to 2 sections for 5th grade, all because of one spot. These kids who have grown into their new selves throughout their past 4 or 5 years have been in classroom sizes of 17 to 18 kids and now will be seeing these 23 to 24 kids in these crucial year before they head into middle school. Not only do larger class sizes make it more difficult for our children to learn, but it makes it so much more difficult for our teachers to teach. While our neediest learners can be pulled out for extra support, our middle learners will get lost in the shuffle, and our kids who need to be more challenged will be left out of the equation entirely. Larger classes require more time being spent on classroom management with varying behavior challenges. It leaves less time for individualized support by their classroom teachers during classroom time. It affects the school as a whole. Our schools can do better. Learning, sorry, I can't read my own writing. Our kids will be more curious and focused learners with smaller classroom sizes. Our teachers will be far less stretched with smaller classroom sizes. We can do better. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Bailey Barricat. I'm at 76 Ferris Road. I'm a junior at Ward, and my brother is a third grader at Jennings. I've come here today to advocate against the expansion of class sizes and advocate for the reduction of them. Test scores is very important within the district, as the incentive for the NGSS test was if you perform well enough, you will receive bonus points on your science final. This is quite amusing to me because it shows the care for these test scores. Yet we are here today discussing the possibility for an expansion in class sizes. I had schedule conflicts in this past year going into this current year, and I am in an overbooked class for my pre-calculus honors. I am one of 26 students, and I was one to never typically struggle within the math area, and I have gone to more extra help this year than I could have ever counted. One-on-one time with a teacher and a student is crucial for learning. The only reason I'm able to stay in math and perform relatively well today is because of that one-on-one time I've performed with my teacher. Just the sheer amount of knowledge one needs to acquire on their own with a class of 26 students is unjust to ask of any student, regardless of age, ranging from kindergarten to 12th grade. And that one-on-one time really helps a student and a teacher connect and helps them achieve a goal, whether that be to pass the class or to exceed with A pluses. My brother is in a class of 20. The other class is also in a class of 20. And about 50% of them are in some sort of extra help, whether that's regarded to special needs or other things. And they all use it because of that class time. So I would stress again, please consider lowering class sizes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor.
And just so you know, students never need to give their address. So,
Okay.
sorry, I didn't catch you in time. I apologize.
Hi, my name is Taylor Adams. I'm a junior at Fairfield Ward High School. I'd like to just comment on how class sizes, I've noticed changes in students. Students do care about school, but I think having a bigger class size can really alienate students from the teacher and from other students. They don't have a lot of time to connect with other people. They're more focused on just getting the work done, getting the grade done. They're not talking to the teacher. They don't talk to their friends about this. They just kind of go to class and get it done with. And I think when class sizes are bigger, they lead to a lot of disinterest in the class. I've seen this in my English class where I have a class of 26 students. A lot of the students come to late every day. A lot of the students don't do their homework. But in my math class where I have 12 students, all the students love the class. All the students are friends with the teacher. They ask the teacher for a letter of recommendation. They engage with the teacher. They build relationships with the teacher and the other students in the class. And I think this goes for students of all ages, kindergarten through 12th grade. Reducing the class size is so beneficial for the kids because they can have more fun, which is what a lot of younger kids want to do. They don't want to sit and study and do tests and do homework. They don't really enjoy that a lot. Connecting and building building relationships with friends and teachers is something that all kids like to do. And having smaller class sizes is the best way to do that in school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Chase. I live at 130 Old Oaks Road, and I'm the parent of a child entering second grade at Stratfield. My son, who will be going into second grade this fall, is a bright, kind child who struggles with anxiety. Like most students, he receives support services and is sometimes pulled out for one-on-one instruction. He currently has 22 kids in his class, and he is not the loudest child in the room. He is not the child demanding attention. In fact, he's exactly the kind of child who is easy to overlook. He's well behaved, he follows the rules, and he's not causing disruptions, but that doesn't mean he doesn't need support. Our incoming second grade cohort is also unusually boy heavy. The current makeup is about 70% boys and 30% girls, with 2 classrooms, and that dynamic creates additional challenges for teachers managing the classroom and for students like my son, who is not particularly athletic, loud, or high energy. He often feels overwhelmed by the noise, activity, and stimulation around him. When classrooms are larger, teachers spend more time managing behavior and less time connecting with individual students. That affects every child, not just students with anxiety, but also struggling learners, advanced learners, quiet students, and students who simply need a little extra attention from time to time. This is not a criticism of our teachers. It's the exact opposite. Our teachers are incredible. They work tirelessly and care deeply about our children, but it isn't fair to ask them to meet the increasingly complex academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs of so many students at once. Every teacher wants to give more attention to their students. Every teacher wants more opportunities for small group instruction, stronger relationships, and meaningful support. Smaller class sizes make that possible. Small class sizes benefit everyone involved. They benefit the students who need extra support, the students who need greater challenges, the quiet children who may otherwise get overlooked. They benefit the teachers who are working incredibly hard every single day. And at the end of the day, don't we all want the same thing? We want every child to learn in the best environment possible. We want every teacher to have the ability to teach effectively. And we want classrooms where students are known, supported, and able to thrive. We are fortunate to live in a community like Fairfield that values education. If we're willing to invest in curriculum, technology, intervention services, and enrichment opportunities, then we should also be willing to invest in the one thing that makes all those investments more effective, giving teachers manageable class sizes.
So I'm sorry, I need you, if you could wrap it up with a sentence.
I'm wrapped up.
Thank you so much. They had a pattern.
Okay. Good evening. I'm here to provide a perspective on the device usage presentation, which
Ellie, we all know who you are, but if you could just say.
Ellie Fatahi, 98 Flora Boulevard.
Thank you.
Okay, can I start again?
Yeah.
Okay. I am here to provide perspective on the device usage presentation, which is a result of our advocacy over the past 2 years. This will be the first time we will be provided with a line of sight into classroom tech use. It will show that implementing programs such as filtering software and Chromebook carts can lead to meaningful change. I want to thank Superintendent Testani for leading the charge. I also want every parent in this room to be encouraged because hard work and collaboration can change the trajectory of our kids' futures, and this is just the beginning of the journey. The author of The Digital Delusion, Dr. Jared Cooney Horvath's research shows that replacing textbooks with one-on-one devices has resulted in the first generation to be less cognitively capable than their parents. In March, I presented Fairfield's data to this board. It reflected the decrease in standardized test scores in our district since the implementation of Chromebooks. Fairfield's declining test scores align with the national trends. As we move towards being a tech-intentional district, please consider the following in developing a district-wide technology policy. For middle and high school, no more than 50% of class period should involve student use of Chromebooks or Google Classroom. prioritize traditional instruction methods, and limit prolonged screen time. Teach technology systematically. Create an intentional system for teaching technology skills such as typing, robotics, or coding. Reduce elementary screen time during the school day. For elementary school, screens should be avoided or used sparingly to build student agency for independent hands-on learning. YouTube and IXL are identified as top used applications in the district.
Hi, I'm Lauren Efren, 241 Burr Street. I'm going to finish Ellie's comment. These are where? YouTube and IXL are identified as top used applications in the district. Sorry, guys, I'm reading. I'm going to go through it quick because I also want to add something at the end. There is an active class action lawsuit alleging IXL is violating student data privacy. Are we willing to trade in our kids' data for an ed tech program that has shown to be demoralizing for students? The algorithm reduces a student's score significantly when they miss a question, causing anxiety and avoidance behaviors. Just this past March, in the social media lawsuit, YouTube was found negligent in causing harm in kids. In May 2026, YouTube settled with a school district, and there are more than 1,300 other school districts cases pending. It doesn't belong in schools at all. It is alarming that it is listed as one of the most used applications in this report. Moving towards tech intentionality means reviewing the wasted minutes on Chromebooks and returning that precious time back to paper and pencil, where deep distraction-free learning occurs. Elementary schools are counting each minute of the day and are losing their specials to get them back. Let's get the elementary school kids off the screens and give those minutes back to STEAM. And I'd also just like to add, please take the data usage information that you're going to get tonight with a grain of salt. I highly doubt that they're accurate numbers. I really question how it was the data was sourced. And before we give ourselves a pat on the back and say, oh, great, they're doing so well, question that, please. I mean, that's why you're all here, to take a harder look at things. And one other thing I just want to add about the cell phone update, I saw that it was on the policy. If any of you got a chance to go to the district-wide art show, one brilliant teacher from Ludlow assigned It's Out of Your Hands, and kids were putting up the things that they picked up instead, and it brought me to tears because it's amazing how well they're connecting. One girl was talking about how she loved to read. That's it.
Thank you. Just switch over to the other microphone. Thank you.
Hi, Tori Donahue, 1022 Mill Hill Road. I'm also here to speak tonight on the enclosure from Lightspeed about the device usage. Lightspeed being the device management company we've contracted with, also supplying the data, does indicate a lack of rigor that, as a professional researcher, I find startling to make available to the public, with some of the implied validity that I think those slides contain. Traditional research starts with the methodology, data sources, and the limitations. Every research project has limitations. These slides present none. It's as though it's this pristine, perfect, accurate, complete data set, when in reality, if you track back, there's contradictions, there's slicing of data that fundamentally misrepresents what it's saying. And so my real suggestion is to actually take it down until it could be contextualized and provided with a little bit more of a replete understanding. For the layperson, busy parents, finding those slides, it's like a big green checkbox, and the reality says something else. I think looking at it alongside things like investment in terms of both financial and classroom teaching time, I think looking at it alongside outcomes is really critical, but also providing more holistic understanding of what it's telling us. Superintendent Testani and I had the pleasure of meeting about the data audit that I had spoken about earlier, and I'm excited because I think we may have an opportunity to provide some of that complementary data. So my final request is just to continue to ask for the board's support in providing a really robust inquiry that's authentic, that's genuine, that's curious, and that's intellectually rigorous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Jeffrey DeBaney, 331 Stratfield Road. I want to speak about class size. So thank you for this. I also want to advocate for lower class sizes. I know I've spoken to some people on the board already about this. My son is a kindergartner currently at Stratfield with a class of 23 children. Actually, with a student, a couple students with parents here today, and I have a fourth grader who's going into fifth grade as well. 17 children now potentially going into 23. There is strong evidence that comes from the Project STAR study, which is the landmark study around class sizes and effectiveness in children. 11,000 students were randomly assigned, class sizes of 13 to 17 students, and larger class sizes of 22 to 26 students. And without doubt, the study showed that smaller class sizes achieved higher academic outcomes in reading and math. So the benefits are very clear. And if you tie that back to the district's improvement plan around small group instruction, literacy intervention, math intervention, progress monitoring, there's really no way that we can achieve those goals as a district in large class sizes. In fact, it runs counter to that. In addition, when you look at Stratfield specifically, and I might get these numbers wrong, that I believe it's the math and the language arts are 60 and 68%, if I remember, or one way or the other. I don't know, I was in a big class growing up, right? So there you go. There's evidence of that. But it shows that if you reference back to the Project STAR study, that we're fighting an uphill battle to try to rectify those scores, which we can all agree are not the scores that we want to see our children and our schools have. In larger class sizes. It doesn't seem to work that way.
Okay, sir, I do need you to wrap it up.
Yes. I'll just stop there. I want to thank you all, and I'm really pleased. I just want to say, listen to the parents, and especially listen to the parents who are also educators and have the experience in the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jillian Van Ryzen, 381 Churchill Road. I have twin kindergarteners. You may have remembered I've spoken about this before at Stratfield School, so I have one in each of the very full classes. I'm here to advocate for reduced class sizes. I did not have time to put a fancy speech together, but please know that I am just as concerned as the 2 to 3 minute limit would have allowed. Along with two other parents in this room, I help to coach kindergarten soccer, and that is 13 kids. Among the three of us, it takes us half of the practice to get them to listen to us. So I cannot imagine how much instructional time is wasted when you have 24 of them in your class and you're the sole person doing it, aside from a couple of paras helping out. Most of those also in the class, as other parents have said, are boys in our kindergarten classes, which you have heard earlier adds that extra level of challenge and disruption in the class. I mentioned last time I was here that we chose Fairfield for its excellent education, and I'm concerned that it's strained, and the reasons that we moved here for that are fading. I believe in Fairfield Public Schools. We believe in Fairfield. We have an amazing community, most of which are behind me. And I think that's why we continue to advocate, because we want to remain here and we want to continue to believe in Fairfield Public Schools, and we want to do what we can to support you. I don't have the stats that everybody has. Everybody else has given you those stats. I know from my personal experience, my kids did have lower test scores mid-year, and then it felt like we had to play a plan of catch up with the schools in order to get those test scores up towards the end of the year and get their reading and their math levels there. This summer, we have chosen and feel we have an obligation to spend money and time on tutoring our children to stay on track and get that individual attention. There is no shade to tutoring. It's an amazing resource. It's just not one that we financially or had the time to plan for. Again, I mentioned we have this amazing community that we witnessed here tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry, I do need you to wrap it up, please.
That really care about our children's one chance at an education and Fairfield's legacy as a whole.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris Fernald, 81 Warwick Avenue. I don't have any prepared remarks, but I did want to comment on class size. I'm very encouraged to hear a lot of the other kindergarten parents here. I also have a kindergartner going in first grade next year. He, like some other parents commented, kind of falls in the middle, easy to overlook. It's a good segue from what Jillian was just saying. I assistant coached a Little League team. I will say I attempted to assistant coach a Little League team. And so I have a full appreciation for how strained some of these parents are trying to manage class sizes that they are. So my son, we've noticed a pattern where, he's working on assignments in school, they come home incomplete. And like I said, I don't have a lot of data or figures, just this very small anecdote. When we ask him why he doesn't raise his hand and ask why he for extra help, or if he's confused on assignment, he basically says that he just doesn't feel like the teacher has time. So I'd like for you to just think about that in regards to your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. There will be another opportunity for public comment at the end of the evening. And at this time, I would like us to turn to enclosure number 7, and this is going to be first reading of policy 6142.101, student nutrition and physical activity school wellness. So if our presenters could come up front, please. And I would like to thank Mr. Goodson and our student, Arav Kapoor, also a recent Principal's Award, right? Principal's Award recipient, Superintendent's Award recipient. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Testani to introduce the work.
Yes, so we have members of our Wellness Committee here to present tonight. I want to thank all the members of the Wellness Committee who have worked extremely hard over the last several months to present tonight our plan, and I will turn it over to Mr. Goodison. Mr. Goodison is currently an assistant principal split between Fairfield Woods Middle School and Roger Ludlow Middle School. And prior to that, was a program director in the special education department with extensive experience in the area of student wellness and support.
Thank you. Just a brief, excuse me, overview of our committee's work. We are a multidisciplinary committee consisting of parents, students, Fairfield Public School administrators, teachers, and we meet several times a year. Our charge is multifaceted, but every 3 years we are tasked with completing a triennial self-study. We use, and I'm going to have Arav speak a little bit of it around it, a self-study put out by Rudd Center at UConn over that has our committee rank over all of our members from different stakeholders and different seats, kind of where our policy and practice are relative to what those recommended areas are for best practice. We've gone through that, and largely speaking, the vast majority of the revisions and proposals that we share with you tonight come as a result of, as a genesis from that self-study in what is considered best practice per the state of Connecticut's website, the self-study, and the USDA. From there, we've had multiple conversations with multiple people, not just the committee members, but also additional information that we needed to elicit from different stakeholders in buildings to make sure that we had a good temperature on how things were running and that we were making recommendations that were in line with best practice and appropriate and flexible for the Fairfield Public Schools. I'm going to give Arav just a brief moment here to talk about an overview of the self-study, and then we can certainly entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Goodison. I'm Arav Kapoor. I'm an 8th grade student at Fairfield Woods, finishing up my time there, and I've been the sole student representative on the Wellness Advisory Council for 2 years now. Just to tell you a little bit about the self-study that we completed, we kind of operated in a little bit of a 3-year cycle. So last year we worked on filling out all the requirements and meeting to analyze what we're already currently doing, and then again what the wellness policy may be hitting, but then we want to improve our practice score within the school community and within the district. So we went through, we gave ourselves a grade on what's written in the policy, a policy grade on a scale of 0 to 2, and then a practice grade on what we're actually doing, whether it be in the policy or we're doing it and it's not in the policy yet. Again, 0 to 2 there.
And most of, like I said, what we share with you tonight is a reflection of those conversations.
Yes, thank you so much. So in policy, the gentleman before you came to a policy, we went through an initial draft. We had several questions, which they then took back to their committee, had discussion, definitely made several changes in response to that. And after reflection with the committee, they then came back before policy, where we had a wonderful conversation. And so this policy comes before you tonight for a first read. So at this point, I'll open it up to any board members if you have any questions on the policy. Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you all very much for this work. This isn't really a question, just a compliment. I just want to thank the committee for some of these inclusions. Things like present on nutrition at PTA meetings, lead classroom tours, the words daily, and teachers encouraged to use physical activity as a reward for students are things that I heard at my time as PTA council president. It's amazing to see that these things are trickling down and getting to our policy committee. I just want to thank you guys for this work. It's really great. So just a huge compliment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Well, so I do have I say this every time we do a first read of a policy, but never more so than this time. If board members have any questions, if you could please get them to me in advance, because if we're going to need our two guests to come back before us, obviously that is going to be on June 23rd, which is when school is out. And I would want to either give them plenty of heads up that we would like them to come back, or at least to get them the questions so that they can get us the answers. So again, just an earnest request that you get us your questions. Thank you so much, and thank you for all your work with the policy committee. We sincerely appreciate it. And Mr. Goodison, I do not know what you would have done without this young man. So
I don't either. Thank you
yes,
for your time.
invaluable. All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, we will move to agenda item 4B, Fairfield Public Schools student device usage data. This is enclosure number 1.
Good evening. My name is Marco Taddy, Director of IT, and I'd like to start this discussion off about a little bit of a journey in terms of how we got to having some information I'm going to be sharing tonight about device usage. When I started this position, a lot of discussions have been about device usage, different applications, a lot of discussions about privacy as well. And on venturing to find out what made sense for which applications we were using, which ones we weren't, as well as the students and how they were actually using these devices in a day-to-day basis, we went through the gamut of discussing with a lot of different vendors in terms of how they capture the information, in terms of the applications we are using and paying for, and how they report the usage, and then running our own tests internally using actual usage, clocking those times, and determining if the tracking that is being shown matches up. And what we found was that most of these systems were using some type of system for usually like a click-based tracking system where they make an assumption based on each of the applications and how much time you would spend on an application. So for example, Google considers each click on Google Docs to be about 20 to 25 seconds between usage, as in when you're clicking into Docs and you're interacting, how much time are you spending while you're idle? Because they're not tracking idle time. We found that in just basic tests that this made no sense. This gave no information about actual idle time, and especially for students. For example, if you open up ClassLink, which is one of our hubs for finding websites, if a student has ClassLink open, they are using the device. We are considering that. If they're watching a YouTube video, they are interacting and watching that video. If it's a 3-minute video or a 6-minute video, we should be tracking how much time was spent on that video. In that venture, we found a company called Lightspeed that actually has a tracking method of actually having a heartbeat that happens every 5 seconds on the device. So it's within 5 seconds of each event to determine what is actually active on the screen and report that information. But part of this process, which is a little unique to our district, was when we discussed this with the Lightspeed vendor, our big objective was that we were given the raw data and we were not given a report that they generated, something that they put together where they have their own spiel on how they break out the cohorts. They have their own percentage rates of what they're showing off for usage for different applications based on return on investment and a bunch of other things. We wanted the actual event data that was occurring by student and by device, and took that information to actually put together what we have here. So the point of this is actually to talk about, and I know this first slide is the catchy marketing piece of it, so I can understand that not every class and not every grade is doing 50 minutes. So that's my spiel on a marketing piece of the first slide. But the point was going through was to show each grade and each school and how much usage was happening within those grades and schools. And then at the end of this, I'm going to talk a little bit about some other ways we're looking to really support and safeguard students using the devices. So in this process, we split this up into 2 pieces. The first was running it from the start of school, stopping right before the holidays. I believe the exact date is December 19th of the actual last day that the tracking was going, and starting it up right after, I think January 3rd onward until the end of April. Took that information, synthesized it, went through it, validated it, and then actually used it to create what we're going to show you in these slides. So to that point, we found that we broke out between in school and out of school, which is actually just a time-based. We're not doing some advanced tracking for if they're at home or not. We're just doing it based on time. It was the real way to ensure, because we had that 5-second interval. So to that point, it's very possible that some of the out of school just means out of hours, out of school hours. So you could have a scenario where there is a Chromebook being used, but it's not being used at home necessarily. It could be right at the end of school or right before school started. But I do want to preface that it has to do with in-school hours versus out-of-school hours. So when going through, the main objective was going by level. I will say that the high school level, when we get to the grades component of this, you'll see that it's skewed because of the fact that juniors and a lot of seniors do not use district devices. We are tracking district devices and the usage on those devices. So if a student has their own device, be it a Mac or Windows or something else, we're not tracking the same usage that they are that in this graph. Now, we do have tracking within our network and within those applications, but again, in terms of trusting the data on a one-to-one basis. So again, that's why I do break out every grade, and that's why you'll see that seniors are not using devices less, but it will show it that way. And so I apologize in advance if someone got excited about 12th graders. But I think the more important part of this discussion really is elementary and middle school. I think that those are, if you look, when we start getting into the high school, a lot of the usage there's a lot of usage, but it's really a lot of Google Docs and Google Classroom work. While as middle school and elementary, when they're learning to use the device and they're using a lot of different applications, not just research projects, I think that's where we really wanted to hone in and look at the actual usage throughout a day. The first half of the year, as you can see, is 49 minutes on average. Now, again, that is including K1 and 2, so those numbers are going to be skewed in compared to a 3rd or a 4th grader, but we are tracking K1 and 2. So if they're in a computer lab, they're using a Chromebook car, if they were in STEAM or some other place where they're using a device, we're tracking every second that they're on those devices. The numbers are low, but that's what, before this process, when we looked at it, we basically had 0 because we were rounding to nothing. While as here, because we're tracking down to the 5-second mark, I can see that a kid jumped on, was learning in library for 10 minutes on ClassLink, went to one particular app, and then left. If 10 minutes in a 3-day period. So of course the average for those 3 days would be 3 minutes. That gave us that finite view. The second half of the year, dropped dramatically in terms of the usage. Now, I think it's a mix between the start of school, you're learning new components. There's a lot of different apps being used and being learned how to use. As a ClassLink, for example, the usage is pretty high, especially the first half in terms of minute by minute. And I think that's because a lot of kids are learning what apps exist and how to navigate through them. But there's definitely more information to be found and to look through this to find out more details about this these metrics. So again, I broke down that the start of school to December. And then I broke this out again by the in school and out of school. I think the percentage is really important to view. I mean, do you have a scenario where the out of school, again, because of that time marker, is very low for elementary, is what we're expecting anyways, because of the fact that they don't have devices they're bringing home, and the few that, if they do have a device at home, they're not using it very frequently, while as middle school, they're getting homework, they're bringing it home every day, they're using it out of school for other uses. And then at the high school, again, that split, I think is pretty indicative of writing essays, doing homework after school, spending a lot of time with research, and that's why the increase in amount. And I would say, is again, when we get to the grades, you'll see that it's even a little higher because of the skewed 12th grade, dropping that number down. I also brought this out by the school itself, and I think that it was important to compare the first half or the second half. More information is needed to dive through the particular applications within each of the schools to determine why are these numbers different. But the graph, if you're looking at the highest elementary versus the lowest elementary, you're looking at, about a 45% increase jumping around. But while, for example, Dwight, Mill Hill, and Burr are within a few minutes of each other. So if you have a couple classrooms that are using the device a little bit more, it's going to push that number up. And especially if you have a K through 2 that is not using the device as much. And I did find it interesting that the elementaries kind of did a flip on the second half of the year. So they kind of rotated which schools were up the highest. And again, going back to those averages, the middle schools being up at the highest made sense. And this is by grade, so you can see that cascading effect. And we can also talk about the fact that essentially there's next to no device usage out of school, which is what we're looking for. And that's what the Chromebooks cards really help that process as well, because we can make sure the devices are left in the classroom. And again, 12th grade is a little bit lower, but that's skewed. And I'm going to repeat this again for the second half of the year. So they're comparison charts. So we're dropping down to only 3 minutes out of school average in elementary. And I will state that on the second half of the year, the heartbeat of 5 seconds went to 3 seconds. Personally, I don't think how much more accurate it would be for the 2-second mark. But I think that the point being is that the company that's providing this information is trying to make it as accurate as possible. The point that they made was actually more on tab switching, which is really hard to track those 5-second jumps, especially if you're doing a research paper and you have Google Docs and something open and you're switching between tabs. How are you tracking even a 5-second mark? Maybe they're switching back and forth. So we're trying to get more accurate information. But again, the device usage dropped dramatically in the second half of the year. And again, we see that the by school level for the middle schools are the highest. Woods actually jumped right below the Ludlow High, but the elementary schools, as I mentioned, kind of did a little bit of a rotation as to highest versus lowest, but still at 41-minute average for Mill Hill. That's still dramatically lower than the Dwight being the highest in the first half of the year. And then a repeat of the peaks going over the usage. So I wanted to break out some of the numbers for the per application. And the reason was honestly just to show all those metrics, and there's hundreds of applications and websites that are going to be combined into some of the other few minutes that are going to be part of the calculations. But I really wanted to show the fact that Google Docs and Classroom really stands out for high use. YouTube being the second half being higher up. The thing is that as of, and I'll talk about it as of April, we've changed the way that we're actually handling YouTube videos. And although I would like to see this lowered, I think that the fact is that a five minutes is about a video. So if a student is to watch one particular video or assigned, especially at the middle or high school level, assigned to view a video, it's not as high as I imagine having a son that watches a lot of YouTube, and I feel like they just get stuck into a little loop on it. So I was happy to see only 5 minutes. So going over, I broke out a lot of points here, just kind of going over the breakdown of the different usage, the full year average being 76 minutes. And as we mentioned, the second half of the year that dropped dramatically, so that was good. And Google Docs being a top application, I think was really good to see, especially because that's a document or that's an application that's used for a lot of different uses, but usually for writing purposes and research purposes, as opposed to other documents, applications that have a lot of different possible uses. I think, like, for example, iExcel is a great application and has a lot of great uses, but there are gamifications that could occur. And I think this is one of those things where when we're looking at different applications and what they're being used for, I think we want to lean toward filtering and ensuring that the students are using it for good reasons. I do mention on point 5 the number of engagements. So that's essentially how many heartbeats and tracking that were occurring and that we actually captured to actually come up with some of this information. A lot of this took a lot of time to actually synthesize and go through. And the point of it was that as opposed to trusting the vendors' percentages and words and taking the information holistically, I've also built a lot of visualizations and graphs and information that I can show to individual schools. And the plan is to continue to run these periodically, show the schools this information, and actually have discussions with them about what usage things are up and down, and have those conversations and repeat this conversation as well with you guys to actually break out to the public and to the board about the usage in the schools and talk about the different things that are leading in terms of usage data. We've had a lot of discussions about safeguarding. I think I've sat here a few, I feel like maybe a dozen times talking about privacy, talking about security. And I think one of the components that I really wanted to spend time on when I started here was actually finding a better way to filter the applications and the devices that are actually in our networks and are using these applications. Because the one thing that we found was that as much as we tried to actually filter out things like games and ways around some of our own safeguards, it was next to impossible to do this. And so throughout that process, we actually switched over from iBoss to Lightspeed's product called Filter, spent a better part of 6 months going through the process of actually running it simultaneously with iBoss to ensure that it actually was meeting the standards we needed, as well as further point to actually taking all of the different applications that we were being brought up from other teachers and administrators saying, hey, can you please block this? That was an iBoss, and seeing, was it already blocked or was it already identified in Lightspeed? And if it was, we basically removed it from our checklist because the idea was we wanted a clean rollover. But the benefit of that was to see in real time, was it actually working? So at this point, as of the April break, we're fully on Lightspeed filter. That allowed us time to have all the devices roll. They have to do resets and everything to make sure that they were getting those systems. I will say, in terms of the start, the rockiest of the start was actually that we were blocking too many things. We were blocking a lot of things that teachers and administrators were reaching out and saying, hey, can we get this allowed? And myself and my staff were actually reviewing every single one of those links to ensure that it actually was properly categorized. And if it wasn't, we would actually have discussions with Lightspeed about either recategorizing it, or if it was something, for example, archive.org is a great example of an application or a web app that has a lot of great information historically, but also stores the entire web, because they actually picked up a platform called Wayback that essentially would allow a student to bypass all of our filters, but we still wanted to give that information for teachers and curriculum that were running those in their research properties. So we actually went through working with the filter platform and actually fine tuning even archive.org and individual websites to make sure that certain things are allowed that should be allowed, while as the rest is not. And the biggest piece of it was the fact that proxies and games that are constantly popping up in park domains and switching over were constantly a problem. And this has been, I would say, 99% eliminated. I want to say 100%. I'm going to keep pushing that narrative, and I haven't actually popped into one proxy that hasn't been blocked already, but I fear the day that occurs. But I will say that that's been a big game changer for us, and I really hope to see, because of that, device usage drop from April on, and for the next school year and onward, having students be on device for the applications that we would like them to be on, and not jumping between. And I'll go over another piece of this. So I went over the categorization and coverage. The bypass audit essentially was that audit I mentioned, where we essentially looked at all the different things that iBoss was allowing and made sure that it was properly blocked by Lightspeed. The big piece here is YouTube. So the thing about YouTube is that it is actually housing. There is a lot of great content on YouTube, but because of the fact that it's a free service, there's components like advertisement. There's components like live chats and comments. There's the sidebars for suggested videos and other channels, because they're really pushing the narrative of you jumping between videos. By using Lightspeed as well as a few custom built policies on our devices now, we can control so that teachers can still link a video to YouTube, but that is all that a student can watch. Even furthermore, they can't search through YouTube. They cannot jump between videos unless the teacher's allowed it. And we still maintain a categorical breakdown for those YouTube videos. Another reason I was mentioning staff were sending, hey, can you please allow this video? Because it had already been categorized. It was unbelievably strict. Some videos that we manually review were perfectly fine, but just happened to have a skin tone shirt in the start of the video. But the point is that it was blocking and it's essentially not allowing any video that shouldn't have been allowed. And this allows rogue links that are being shared by students, which of course, now that they can't search, are going to share videos, will not work anyways, because of the fact that if it's not allowed on our network, it will not be allowed. And I think the biggest piece, as I mentioned on the left, is the distraction part. We talked about the live chat and the comments and the advertisements. And I will say that the advertisements across, I mentioned YouTube here, but across all websites, if they happen, even at one of the websites that we do allow, and it's running advertisements, those are being blocked as well. So on our network, advertisements are not running. There are a few ad networks that always find ways of having banners and such, but the live advertisement feeds are completely blocked. So the idea here is we're looking for better categorization to ensure that we're, we're letting the system approach to how we're actually defining what's allowed and what is not allowed. We're ensuring that all the instructional things that we want staff to be using, that we're paying for, that we're putting our effort into, are still usable. The other idea was really to make sure that people that are using their devices, it's still a low barrier in terms of how they actually interact. They're not having to change the way they actually interact with these applications. It's done at a higher level, so it's not going to affect them having to learn some new system in order to use our filters, for example. And lastly, that this protection is on these devices regardless of where they are. So the same policies that are applied in our network are applied on the device. So as long as they have the device, even if they're at their home, it's running the exact same policy at their house that it is here. If we change that policy, we add more blocks or fine tune this, that would change on the device immediately. And this does go by level. So we do have deeper levels. So high school, middle school, elementary, and even staff have different policies from each other based on what they need and what they don't need. So when we have a link brought to our attention from a high school teacher looking to share with their students that we believe is suitable to a high schooler but not to anyone lower than that grade, we can fine tune and allow that application or those links specifically by level. And we've had discussions since the start of the Chromebook cards, but I wanted to talk about the idea that we've essentially had three major shifts in this process of safeguarding students. The first one was that at elementary level, we've instituted classroom carts, so that the Chromebooks are staying in the carts for a lot of reasons. As a person who had to fix the Chromebooks, that's been very helpful. But I think the safeguarding the devices are in a place we know we can keep control of. They're not coming home. That's been huge. And I know that I haven't met a single teacher or staff member that hasn't been ecstatic about that process change. Go Guardian Classroom was instituted throughout all the secondary schools, which I didn't even go into in the filter side of it, but Go Guardian allows teachers finite control over exact the websites they want for that particular class time. They can shift between classes so that they can keep students focused on the actual task. And then furthermore, even if they're not running a policy, I have a lot of teachers that, like, say, for example, a math teacher that isn't running particular websites and doesn't want to have to learn a whole new platform on how to use it. They can just simply have eyes on the sky and watching the students. The students know they're being watched and they're going to stay on focused tasks. And I know we're going to be speaking about it, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes here, but the cell phone regulations at the high school, I think, from my perspective, it was another method for bypassing our policies and our Chromebook filtering and anything that we did to better that. The cell phones allowed that to be bypassed, and having these regulations and having these discussions has been a huge game changer for the schools. Thank you.
Okay, so board questions, please. Mr. Krasnov.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just have two quick questions. One, on the elementary schools, did we dive into like each school, what actual programs they're using, how much they're using it? Did you see trends? I'm not saying you need to present it to us, but it might be valuable to present it to the administration of each building.
Yes, we do have individual schools and individual grades, which applications are being used and how long. And the plan is to go over and discuss this with individual schools and have these conversations. And these conversations have already happened with a few schools, and this will continue to happen.
Thank you. I think that's really important. The other thing is kids with special needs and special accommodations, are they being included in some of these numbers that we're seeing up there? Could they skew like the at-home number quite a bit if there's a bunch at one location per se?
That's a great question. In fact, this is all device used by students. So if they have a device, and again, the idea of an at-home student that brings a device, well, they're in school hours, so we're tracking them for in-school usage. And the device, the amount of applications they're using, or the amount of screen time they're having may be higher. due to needing the device for particular needs, that will be counted in the tracking.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Asa?
Yeah, just a quick clarifying question. I think you answered this. I just want to be sure. In section 4, under the 7 things we learned, number 5 with the over 13 million total engagements, are you saying that that increase in the second was because of the change in the heartbeat?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that explains why it went up, because we went from every 5 seconds to 3 seconds. Okay. If you were to kind of balance that, is there a way to do it to see if it was even or if it went down there with total engagements? I mean, I would assume the total engagements went down. I shouldn't say total engagements. Usage. I'm trying to say is it shows it went up here like significantly, but it's because we're tracking it every 3 seconds and 5 seconds. But how does that relate?
Right. So the question is, if you were to switch the heartbeat metric from 3 to 5 seconds, what would the usage have looked like? So I don't have the exact answer because we didn't actually run that model. But what I would assume would happen would be that the numbers would go down because of the fact that you're not, so that 3 seconds gives you more clarity, more information. So as I mentioned, if there was a period of time where they're jumping between tabs, it wasn't tracking the 4 second jumps because they're technically not engaged on that, as opposed to other systems that would have counted each one of those as clicks. That 3 seconds gives them more visibility.
Just one more, and I know we have cell phones on here, but since you put it in here, what way do we have to track high school kids, older high school kids that have their own devices? As you mentioned, a lot of them bring their own devices. Is there a way to track if they're bypassing the system, if they're not using the cell phone pouch through Bluetooth to be communicating via iMessage and stuff like that on their computers? Or is that something that we just don't have the capability of to shut down?
It's a good question. We spent a lot of time throughout this process, even working with Apple and or actual Meraki, which is Cisco's Wi-Fi networks, to see if we can determine those lanes. We have some information. It's not
because I'm assuming, like, I have an iPhone, right? And I have an iWatch, and it mirrors. So if I get or if I had my iPad, like, the text shows up on all the things. So if they have their own device in there, if they're not on the school network, and they're tethered to their like, does that happen?
So until they've created a handshake with our network, we don't have access to their encrypted data.
Okay.
So to that point, if they were never connected to our Wi-Fi and kept themselves on Bluetooth the entire time, we would have no way of, besides me walking around with a backpack sniffing for packets.
Yeah.
Which
fun.
maybe I do, but we would have no way of knowing that.
Okay.
However, we do know if any device is ever connected to our Wi-Fi, it immediately gets a policy that handshake happens. Their phone unknowingly gives it to their Apple Watch, and now it's on our network.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you. I think this is a really good starting point, and I appreciate you gathering all of this data. I think it's really important. I had a question for you and possibly Superintendent Testani. Moving forward, as we look at technology use as a district, would it be possible to get, I don't know, maybe a survey of classroom teachers, just a general idea of how they're using technology in their individual classrooms? Because number one, I think it might be important to see some of those discrepancies between schools and between grade levels. And then also, just, technology is not all, in my opinion, I would assume most people's opinion, is not created equal. Just to kind of hone in on when we're using technology for something like coding versus, a kid doing something that could be done, that would be better served doing with paper and pencil.
So we actually put together a committee to build a technology plan. That I believe will be talked about in a few weeks. Part of that process was to start building questions and finding a good way to actually properly survey staff. Um, that process will start soon. It's my fault for not actually getting it out sooner, to be honest. I meant to actually get it out for the school year, but too many things have happened. But for sure, it's been a big discussion in the process was that having actual staff feedback in terms of the applications that they'd like to use, ones that they don't like to use, which is helpful also from the purchasing side on top of it. So it's a double-edged sword. So
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Spartan-Warper.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just to piggyback a little bit on what Ms. O'Neill said, I was wondering, and apologies if I missed it, does this data include device usage by the teachers?
this is student only.
Student only. So it is possible that in addition to this time, the students are watching instructional videos via, the smart boards and other, kind of classroom presentations.
Yeah, and I will add that we do have this data for
Okay.
teachers as well.
Okay.
It's all, I should say staff.
Okay.
These metrics were specific to
Okay.
student.
Just wanted to kind of clarify.
Yes,
So this isn't the total number, this is just the total number on their individual devices.
exactly. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
I want to piggyback on Mr. Ace, and if you answer this, I apologize. A high school student, whether they use their own laptop at school or the Chromebook, if they use their personal hotspot, right, it takes them off you don't need the school sign on anything like that. Are you able to track that or block that?
We can't block personal hotspots, although the signal in some of the schools is a little low, so that's helpful, especially because they had to be hiding that hotspot. But we cannot block hotspots. That's not something that we have the capability of doing. So that would be bypassing our filters. However, if they were to log into Google or use any of the applications that they need to actually perform their work in, we immediately now have policies on that browser or that device. There's workarounds to that as well, but we're able to at least capture what they're doing in those applications. But again, just like the cell phone, anything cellular is bypassing our internal network.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, I'm just going to add to that. We have had some conversations, myself and the high school principals, at their request of possibly discussing not having or allowing bring your own device. I know that's a much larger conversation. This way that we would alleviate any of that happening. But I can say, returning from April break, I don't think there's a lot of students, if any, that are really bring a personal hotspot, because I got flooded with emails about all the things that were blocked since they got back from vacation. And that's when the switch over to Lightspeed happened and I didn't know when we were switching over. So I asked Marco, what changed, because they were very upset at all the things that they had access to prior to break and coming back from break no longer did. So I don't think there's a lot of students that are bringing a hotspot. And we do know that cellular service in both high schools is very poor.
Okay, so to follow up on that, do we know how many kids are actually bringing in their own devices? I mean, is there any way to track? There's no way to track that, right? Except the teachers in the classroom when the kid pops open their iPad or MacBook.
We don't have a definitive way of directly correlating every device with a student. So if they have multiple devices, we know they're on our network, but correlating which kid is using their devices, besides the fact that it says Timmy's iPhone, we don't have a lot of information as to exactly how many. But we do have the reverse of it by looking at, say, how many are not using the Chromebook or not using a district supplied Windows device. So I could look to put together something. The only hesitation I have is that how accurate is it really? It really is not that accurate. If a student, for example, uses their Chromebook every day and then one day uses their MacBook that they brought in, then which numbers am I showing? Am I showing that they don't or that they do? So I think it's a hard metric to show, but We have looked. Yeah.
I have to figure if a kid wants to bring his MacBook, he's using that daily, is
Right.
my gathering, because
Without a
I go
computer.
back, I go that with my own experience. I had no idea my daughter brought her own MacBook her entire senior year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it on my kid, I know. But she did, right, for whatever reason, and a lot of it had to do with applications for college or whatever the case may be. But I am curious to see who's not using
Mhm.
the MacBook in high school, because maybe that's something we can look at in the reverse direction.
And I will add to that, talking about the bring your device. For high schoolers, we've been giving them the same Chromebook that every other student, grade 3 up, has been getting. As of this year, ninth graders will be getting the 14-inch larger, faster Chromebook. And the idea is to give them a better device, bigger device. They are young adults, and have a device that they can use and hopefully sway away from needing a larger device. And for some of the research papers and the bigger keyboard, so it's easier to type on, and starting to lean those out. So giving all incoming ninth graders the larger devices and start pushing them up. So.
Okay, Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to try not to jump around too much. So on that top applications slide, part of the slide deck, how representative do you feel that that is for how long those applications are used in totality? So I'm going to use one example for myself. So IXL math, we don't even see it in the first half. We do see it in the second. 2.2 minutes. What's that? 2.2 minutes a day?
Well, to be clear, it's the entire district.
Yep.
So yes, 2.2 minutes a day for the entire K through 12.
This is where I'm getting a little concerned. I think I might ask for like a breakout of this raw data, because just in terms of just personal, I know that IXL is assigned as homework for certain classes. I know that there's requirements about IXL usage for certain grade levels. And I don't think that this necessarily really shows a totality of what's going on. And then hopefully with the technology plan, that's where we're headed. But I think I'd be in the interest through the chair to the superintendent to have access to that raw data. These are just some baseline questions for me. Are we using Chromebooks at all during any non-instructional times currently? So in the morning, in the afternoon, indoor recess, even if it's a choice, is that at all going on at any of our schools right now? Through the chair to Mr. Stani.
We've told them not to, but I mean, there's a lot of teachers in the district, and there's not always an administrator that's popping into classrooms at all times. But again, I have never walked into a elementary classroom in my entire time here yet to see classes of kids on Chromebooks.
Okay.
Maybe one or two at the most, but it's very, I mean, it hasn't happened yet. And I don't make announced visits, so it's
Okay.
not as if they know I'm coming, so teachers are putting the Chromebooks away.
I got the question yesterday, so anecdotally, I'm still hearing this from parents, that there are times where students are allowed to use Chromebooks during indoor recess times by their own choice. So I would hope that that message can get back, that that is not what our administration
My
is
only question
desiring.
is, if a teacher during indoor recess time, it's raining out, class is inside, and they allow kids to go on the Chromebooks, and is caught, what would you like?
This is not about anyone being caught or being punitive. I would just hope, once again, that we are encouraging a not tech-heavy environment. So as a former president of a PTA and the president of PTA Council, we funded things like Play-Doh and Uno. I would love to see that we I mean, I would support this as a board member, that is not an acceptable at all. Like, that's not something that it's not used outside of non-instructional hours.
I agree, and I have tried everything possible. Chromebook carts that didn't come from the board, came from me.
Okay.
Cell phone ban came from me.
Okay.
I'm doing everything I possibly can, but it's hard when you have a larger group of people that outnumber those that are trying to enforce what we're trying to accomplish.
Totally understood. Just want to make sure that the same message is coming from the administration of this board. I have a few more. Can I keep going? Any insight into the usage among our middle schools? I was quite shocked to see how high the usage with our middle school students was, that it was above beginning year and mid-year, and it very much matches the anecdotal that I've heard. And once again, this is a question through the chair. I don't know if this is a superintendent or Mr. Taddy. I would just maybe love to get a percentage of how many of our high school And then secondarily, how many of our middle school assignments are completed and graded on Chromebooks versus completed and graded on paper and pen? So I would just love that data point. I know that that's not something we can get from just the Chromebooks. We might need to do some digging for that, but I think that might be really, for me, helpful to kind of see why that and I would love any insight academically through the chair to Mr. Chistani into your thoughts on why the middle schools are higher than our high schools for usage.
I mean, Google Classroom is something that kids are asked to complete and turn in assignments to their teachers and receive feedback. If the board makes a decision, we pay for Google. I mean, we pay for the Google Suite. We actually overlap because we also pay for Microsoft, which it's kind of a duplicate. And I've had that conversation when I first arrived, why we're paying for both. And I was told by the previous IT director that our teachers like Google Classroom, and if we canceled Google Classroom, the shift over to Microsoft, they'd be very, very, very upset. So we continue to run two programs. Happy to look at eliminating Google Classroom altogether if that's what the will of the board is.
I think what I'm not in the interest of eliminating or excluding anything at this moment at this table. I think what I'm interested in doing as a board member, and I'm sorry, I'm just responding back. Is that all right? Oh, I'm just making sure. Is just finding out like what the percentage is of work that our children are doing on a computer versus on pen and paper. And I don't think that this data really.
It's a high number. It's a high number. Google Classroom is being utilized as a methodology for them to write their papers and submit them. I don't see that there's a high number of teachers that are requiring students to write out assignments like a paper and hand them in. I wouldn't imagine that would be the case anywhere.
Okay. I would certainly hope as we move towards our technology plan that the same way we looked at data around cell phone usage and that impacts on our students, we are looking at the data and the studies around students using devices and Chromebooks to do their work, including things like note taking, writing paper. I just hope that this is all becoming a part of what we're doing and not just taking this on. I am a full partner in this. The cell phone initiative to me was the first piece and taking the distractions out. But if we are not going to talk about ed tech, like I hope that these are all pieces that are coming to us when we see the technology plan, but I'm just asking the questions because it's what's in front of us right now. Would it be possible to get a list of the top 15 used apps in the district for both? I don't know how deep that list went. I'd be curious to we only saw like the snippets of Google's. It's a lot of Google. Is there anything past that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a better way of displaying it would be by grade and then the applications, because otherwise, IXL is a great example
Yeah.
where different grades don't have it. So then it skews that number.
Yeah, maybe if we could see it broken down by grade, like once again, through the chair, I don't know how much deeper we want to get into this. If anyone else wants to hop in. Go ahead. Sure.
Okay, all right, Mr. Asa, because then Mrs. Jacobson hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, to Mrs. Flynn, I'm curious so your ask sounds like you want to know what the ratio is at secondary level of paper and pen to computer.
That's exactly what I would like to know.
Why?
Because
I'm genuinely curious as what as a board member would you be planning to do? Because that's an ask. So
yeah,
I'd like to understand what would you plan to do? Are you looking to dictate to teachers not to use that or what? Because it just, from what I'm hearing is you're asking for that, but you wouldn't be asking for that unless you want an actionable step. So what is it that you want from the data?
Absolutely. I would like to understand an ROI on the money we are spending on applications like IXL and Google for this in-school instruction. And what we are hearing from academic institutions like MIT is that note-taking and writing on devices is considerably less stimulating for the brain to be able to learn. And if we are going to take data for other things like cell phones and ELA and things that are proven to teach children better, why would we not do this for this topic as well?
So I understand what you're saying about the applications like IXL, but what I'm saying and what I thought you were getting at is the use of, for example, Google Classroom. How would you, but basically what you're suggesting is a seismic shift back away to what has been moving in this direction. And I'm not saying constantly on devices, I'm not for that, but I know as a parent of a middle schooler, every night he needs to turn in his assignments, through Google Classroom. I understand that it's graded, it's posted in real time. So I'm trying to understand if you're saying that we should be doing away with all of that, and what impact would that have?
Yeah.
Because I'd be curious to know, and to Miss O'Neill's point earlier, I get a little worried about surveying staff, because I don't want staff to think that all of a sudden we're looking and defining whether what they're doing and their method of instruction is proper. Because one of the things that's great about our district is staff. I mean, we've got curriculum documents, we've got everything, we've got assured experiences, but if staff aren't able to run a class in a way in which they think is productive and is actually showing results, I worry that we start to go down a path of dictating to staff from this vantage point. So that's just my concern with that.
If I can jump in real quickly, Mr. Taddy, what this conversation seems to be evolving into, are these all topics that are going to be brought up in 2 weeks when we're looking at a first draft, having a first discussion of the district technology plan? Or do you not see, or is this the time to have this conversation? I don't know because I haven't seen it.
I would say kind of a mix, because honestly, the tech plan going into exact amount of minutes or usage of devices is not going into that part of it. It does go into the application use in the classroom and how we actually look through those applications and decide what makes sense for the district. But in terms of exact device usage and pen versus device, I don't think we're going to get into those pieces of the conversation in that technology plan.
Okay. Your final thought?
Yeah,
'Cause
just
again,
my final thought to this and to this is that I get it at the elementary level, but as we get into secondary and we get into high school, the idea of abandoning technology for pen and paper is not preparing our students for college and the workforce. So I think, I'm all for a balance, but the idea of just throwing out technology and going back to pen and paper, I don't see the advantage to that.
Mrs. Flynn?
Thank you. I haven't proposed anything, and especially not abandoning anything. What I am proposing is the same way we looked at ELA, that we use the data and the science in front of us to guide our decision making. And for me, that's a holistic picture. And I've said this before, I've said this at this table. We didn't make an educational decision to have one-to-one Chromebooks. We made an emergency decision during COVID. And to be fair, we haven't looked at it again since. So I think technology was thrust upon to a generation of parents who don't want it and are realizing through academic data that it's not good for kids and it's not helping everybody learn. Our test scores are plummeting nationwide. And to say that it's just out of school cell phones, I'm on board with that. I think that wait till 8th, all of it is helping, but to ignore educational technology that is actively being seen, I'm in a different place. I just want to make sure we look at everything. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Jacobson.
I just want to say thank you for providing this first time ever type of look. I know that some of us that have been on here since the one-to-one initiative rolled out, that we're asking for it then in terms of setting our standards. So this is a long time coming, and I'll just react really quickly. I think standard making within the technology plan, whether through the ID department or through this board, might be an important piece of that technology plan. So that could be something to follow up on. So again, thank you for doing this. And sure, there are some questions around the data and stuff like that, but good first attempt here. My first question is for the elementary out of school. I guess I'm not clear on why there's any out of school. I thought they were staying at home at school on the carts.
There's a circumstance for two things that could occur, because we're looking at the same numbers as well. Again, the exact time. So if they happen to have the device at any point in time in the day that was right before the bell or after, it's possible that it would be counted. And if they were to be at home on a Chromebook that they've gotten from a parent or someone else and log in, they are immediately on a Chromebook getting our workspace. So any device that they log in through Chrome, it does download all the extensions, all the policies. In fact, if a parent was to buy a Chromebook right now, have the student log in with their Google login, it would be as if it was a district Chromebook.
No way. Wow. Okay. All right. Thank you for that explanation. Won't go into it now, but lots of reasons why, especially our high school students use their own device. I'm happy to hear we're getting bigger screens. But you know, the Chromebooks just aren't good enough, in terms of, for a lot of reasons for a lot of students, especially on that screen size. I'm glad to hear we're upping that. I'm going to jump you guys to the, bar graph pages, and I'm sorry, there's not a number. But these bar graphs, it would just be helpful, if this comes back to us maybe next week or in collaboration. I don't know if we could break down the blue and the orange. Like, I wasn't sure for 121, how much of that 121 is blue and how much of the 121 is orange. Do you know what I'm saying?
Understood. Actually, I think if there's two ways I can give you that. I can either give you the PowerPoint,
Or
which
even percentages type, like, is it 60% and 30 and
Right.
40 and 50, or whatever?
I have the label of
I
the
just
of the
wasn't sure.
calculation on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I agree and concur. I think it was Mrs. O'Neill. I think it's actually really important to understand and for the community to understand, a 26-minute difference per day by building. That's significant over the course of over a year. Do you know that's a lot of hours difference. So I think it would be interesting to understand why some buildings were using this way more than others. And explicitly on what, like, what was the difference? Sorry guys, these charts, first half and second half. I just wanted to make sure everyone knows where I am, because there's no page numbers. So out of school use first half of school year, I look at fifth grade and I go 108, and then in school, 108 total. I don't know how much the blue and the orange is, but blue is a lot more. But in second half, it only goes till April. Assessments, district and state testing is done on their Chromebooks.
Yes.
I would like to know how much of this is assessment.
None of this.
So what do you mean?
Well, when those assessments are ran, we have what's called a secure browser that they're logging into.
Like Acadians and all that?
Not Acadians.
Not the state mastery exams. I'm talking about
Yes,
like all the
Blue Book, so
local districts assessments.
everything except Acadians.
NWEA.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
all
blah.
those are running through it's a secure browser on the device. Essentially, they are leaving their profile, logging into that particular assessment, and then performing it.
So none of this is assessment.
No.
So the
Even
assessment
Acadians-
time is on top of this.
That would be correct.
So that's not included in this.
Correct.
I guess I'm just trying to understand. Again, I think I think the consensus or a lot of it is, why are we going from, 35 minutes in second grade to 58 minutes in fourth grade to 108? Like, just what is happening in those grades that is causing them to go up so much? And the reason why I asked about assessment in the spring is because this is only through April, and I wasn't sure if that would have caught May testing. So there's something going on in the fall then. Obviously. I think it would be good to understand what that difference is, and how it's being used, again, with the bar charts. I agree with understanding, better at the elementary level in particular, what those apps are, because I doubt they're the same as middle and high school that's being utilized for that. And then for the middle school, I kind of am curious how much of that time is flex time. Flex time.
Well, I can't speak to exact correlations between looking at everyone's calendars
Schedule.
and
I just think these are some of the inquiry questions based on what this presentation, which is awesome to have, and I appreciate it. It's just the more inquiry of what does it actually mean? What is it really being used for? How is it beneficial or not? But because middle school is really high, and I'm wondering if that's because part of their flex time per se is on a Chromebook, I believe. So I guess it's about usage. So I I thank you for that. I think that talked about all 3 levels. What, I know you had 7 key takeaways. I might have some different takeaways. And for 5 or 6 minutes a day, K2, like, can we just get rid of that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, can we just like not do K2?
We've had
Because
this discussion a few times, I
yeah,
think, because
like, can
what
we
is
just
this?
not like say
Well,
K2? You're not. There's no Chrome time.
they are going to
Like,
be doing assessments on those devices. So in terms of never learning the device, in terms of never understanding how to use a keyboard or mouse, I think there's a piece of that. In fact,
K2.
and looking at K through 2 usage, most of it's ClassLink and they're just sitting on the page learning. There's the Chromebooks open in the library and they're listening to the librarian talk, and
So it's
that's
LMC
counted.
time.
That would be counted.
You think it's LMC time?
Well, they don't have Chromebooks in their classrooms. There are carts that they could be wheeling over, but
Right.
generally
So
it's
it's
going to
mostly
be,
LMC.
yeah.
So it's okay. All right. I appreciate. I'm not going to take any more time, but those are just some of my.
I think they're good
follow-ups.
questions, and I will say the point of this is how many we could have 1,000 slides breaking down each grade in school, and those are really important pieces. And I think having those discussions with those grade levels in schools is important. How many slides we'd have to put together and how many visualizations we'd be displaying, I
I
think
don't
would
doubt
be.
that teachers are using, like, I'm not going to say that I doubt that a teacher isn't using this for good, intentional, technology use and instructional practices. Um, I just think that there's a lot of concern because when you annualize this over a K-13 career, K-12 career, it's hundreds of days on screen time, right? Like over a K-12 career, it's hundreds, like almost 300 days. Of school days time, not 24 hours, just school day time. So it's a lot of time. And I guess for me, it's what are we getting out of that time? That's all I'm curious as to know is it's a lot of time and I'm sure that we're getting something out of it. But I'd like to know what we're getting out of it. That's all. Because there are generations of Fairfielders who graduated without Chromebooks. So, and went to college and whatnot. So I'm not saying not use, but again, I think the word here that we're hearing a lot is intentional. What are we getting out of it so that it's really meaningful? And I'm not saying it's not. I just don't have the information in front of me to tell me that it's meaningful. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Barden-Morper.
Thank you. Just to kind of follow up on what Ms. Jacobson was saying. I know we have the breakdown by elementary school. I know I'd be interested in seeing, and I don't know if we have enough data yet where it would actually be helpful, but if like you could see trends in our achievement data, if you actually put the test scores by elementary school on top, and if you can see a difference in like the schools that are using more technology, are their scores lower or higher? I think that might just be a really helpful thing, even in your committee as you're making your technology to plan, to see if we could see any trends when we put the data together.
It's a good point. And I think the academics have had similar discussions in terms of uses as well. So I think could definitely be correlated.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Krasnoff.
In terms of the middle and high school, when they're doing papers and assignments, that's going to log as minutes, right? That's why we see the big spike in minutes once they get into middle and high school. I'm assuming a lot of their papers are being done on Google, submitted on Google, etc.
Yeah, when they flip open the device and Google Docs is open, and even if they have a book by the side they're reading through or they're actually tabbing through, that time is being counted.
So it'll still add the time, even
Whether
if they
they're-
move on to something else, they're doing their math homework on the side, it's still open, they go back to a paper, it's going to count as time,
That would
right?
count, yes.
Okay.
And so
Thank
would a YouTube video was playing in the background during that time as well.
So I just, a general comment, I think we need to make sure we're looking at this in terms of responsible use versus trying to dictate what we should or shouldn't use for our staff. I think we got to be really careful and use it for responsibility aspect because, as Mr. Asa said, the real world, we all use our computers very, very often, whether it's writing emails, writing papers. Unfortunately, the handwritten notes I write are typically cards to people or little notes I want to say thank you. It's not, papers anymore. Or notes like Mrs. Barnum-Harper does tons of. A lot of us here, we still take notes in paper, and I do encourage students to take notes in a book, but they're going to be writing a lot on the computer. So hopefully we just teach responsibility. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
I'm just curious, now that we got this report for the first time and we've gotten input from everyone around the table, how often are you planning to run this kind of report for the district?
Well, we're constantly capturing the information, so it could be a good discussion to talk about it maybe at each half, as we go through the different start of the school and the second half of school and continue that. But we can have discussions with the board and the superintendent about that.
Because I am curious, once the high school gets the larger laptops, I'm sure that usage will get higher, especially as a senior, even a junior in high school. I agree with my counterparts there that it's part of life. When you go off to college, you're not looking at a book anymore. Even at MIT, everyone has a laptop right on their desk, ready to go. It is part of the world. I don't write notes because no one can read my handwriting anyway, and I'm before the laptop. So, but I am curious if we could get updates, and I think people agree that something like this, like you said, maybe half the school year, and then at the end of the school year. I am curious, going on what Mrs. Flint's, I want to see what the middle school websites are besides Google. I want to see what brings us up, because I have a feeling I know what might bring it up, but I want to see the data first.
Can I preface to your comment about the Chromebooks? So we are looking for ninth graders, but we've gone through a few revisions of that plan because technically we're trying to get it into the hands of the students that have bring their own device. It's really an impossibility in terms of, are we going to spend a lot of money on swapping out the entire fleet? But the idea is to start that plan and push up. But I just want to mention that as in, you may not see a giant shift next year in the juniors going to senior year because they still have the standard 11-inch Chromebook. But the idea is to change that narrative. So,
Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Inspired question. I assume that the light speed filter is something that we're doing annually, correct? Light speed filter?
What do you mean doing annually?
Like we have to do it, it's the filter system or you just use it one time? Was it a one time?
It's constant.
It's constant. So
Oh,
yeah, that's my next question. Is there any other light speed modules that we're using along with that? Like, so the audit, was that separate? How does that all work?
So the tracking is on top of a system they call Insight, which also does our policy tracking using systems to actually watch for, I think we've talked about it in previous meetings, that actually watch for changes in policies to make sure that they're actually adhering to our standards. And now that we have filter, when a policy doesn't adhere, it immediately not only blocks the link as well. So it's both because they talk. So in terms of that, that used to be a different platform we were paying for. We switched, actually it was cheaper to switching over. And then the filter itself is part of our internet, our actual WAN system. So that's we're actually switching our ISP as of this year. So as of July 1, we'll be switched over to another ISP. So as part of that process as well, we were going to switch our filters as well. So
So the filters and the audit were done by Lightspeed. Anything else?
those two products that they have a few other.
They have like a whole host of products. I was just curious if we're
Those are the
utilizing
two
any
products we're
others.
using currently: Filter and Insight.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you, board, for all of your questions. I think this is a huge takeaway, that this is a board that is interested in responsible, intentional use. I also think it's very important, and maybe this can be kind of part of a summer charge, because this is where teachers need someone to do some homework for them. And knowing that there are certain apps that they have been using, and I agree with Mrs. Flynn, COVID prompted a usage and not a lot of then second guessing of what is this actually working for us. And I think a teacher in his or her classroom needs guidance on that. And it needs the direction of the district and the direction of your department to really start having some thoughtful conversations about that. I agree with Mr. Asa. I would not like the idea of someone telling me what to do in my classroom with what I'm using currently that's working, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't benefit from a lot of PD. From PD that's very purposeful with this does not work. And then, we may need to have some board discussion on, obviously I'm interested in that district
technology plan, in terms of any direction of that being set. I do agree that those middle school numbers seemed very high. I'd be curious if you could track it during flex time. Like, is it just, usage for a day, or can you do usage from 9 to 10 a.m., from 10 to 11 a.m.? That might point to where it's being used and if that's tied to flex time, because I don't believe that was exactly the intention of it. So again, I'm going to come back to, we're looking for responsible intentional use. And I'll just say personally, while I absolutely acknowledge we're having to get them ready for the real world, we also need to get them ready for going from 6 to 7 years old, from 9 to 10 years old. And that does not revolve around a computer. That involves a lot of creative, collaborative problem solving. And I don't see the Chromebook as being the answer to that. So thank you all. Thank you very much for this. Obviously, this will be a conversation continuing, and we'll see you in 2 weeks with the district technology plan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we'll move on to item 4C, cell phone free schools update. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Testani.
Thank you. I'm going to have Dr. Hatzis and Mr. Cavanna come up. They've been obviously living this all year since we started on October 1st. We took a survey midway through as we started the cell phone ban at the high schools, and saw positive results early on. And I think you'll see tonight, given tonight's presentation, that has continued throughout the year, and it's been a very positive and impactful initiative that we undertook this year, and a great success.
Good evening, everyone. So Dr. Hatzis and myself put together a survey that we administered to staff. And the purpose of the survey was really to get an idea about student compliance of the cell phone initiative, change in students' behavior, impact on instruction, and how effective the discipline has been, and really areas for improvement. So we're going to kind of go through the survey, and then we'll take any questions that you may have. Each slide is divided to the question that was given, the response, and the key takeaways. And as I said, this is a response from both buildings. So from the staff's perspective around students following the policy, the key takeaway from the survey was a vast majority of staff report that students are complying with the expectations during instructional time.
Some of the other key takeaways: the initiative has reduced student phone use beyond the classroom and throughout the school day. So as you know, previously, the policy that we had in school was that students would put their cell phones in the pocket in the classroom, but now it is banned, and they would be able to use it during, say, lunch, study hall, passing times, any unstructured time, but now it is banned at all times. So we don't see it during the rest of the day.
This one, the key takeaway on the reduction throughout the school day, staff overwhelmingly reported that the initiative successfully changed student behavior throughout the school day. And if you anecdotally walking in the hallways of both schools last year at this time compared to this year at this time, it's a significant difference.
Always lunch, library, just about everywhere. You know, we'd see them using their phones, and now we don't. So we asked teachers if they thought it has impacted instructional time, and the overwhelming majority agreed that there's fewer classroom distractions. You know, because even when the kids had them in their pockets, there might be times the teachers asked them to use the cell phones. Sometimes teachers were not always consistent in asking students to put it in the pockets in their classroom. So, if students had access to them, that became a problem. So, so they do see a difference since the ban went in place.
This one's, we feel are very important, is like, how does it affect the interactions within students? And the key takeaway is that's really helping strengthen connections among students. I think a couple of ways to see that is in, the cafeteria, beautiful day outside today, and, students sitting outside and interacting with each other, as well as playing different games and things like that. So I think we're moving in the right direction with that as well.
And by different games, Mr. Cavanna means hacky sack. So as you know, when we rolled out the policy, we had a progressive discipline model where first offense was just a warning. We'd take the phone, students could retrieve it at the end of the day. Second offense led to a Saturday detention, and the third offense meant a suspension. And starting with the second offense, parents had to come to the school to pick it up at the end of the day. And as time went on, we saw more and more parents say, "No, you keep it. We're good." We do find that you'll notice this is 77%. So, I think that it's still very high and something that we're really proud of. I think that some teachers might be skeptical that it is the discipline that is, that is the quote unquote deterrent. So therefore, it's not quite as high, but still it's very high. And, I think the students will all agree that they don't want their parents having to come to get the phone. So in talking with Mr. Testani, he mentioned that maybe having a little bit more data around discipline would be helpful. So this actually, because I was able to do this the last second, this only represents Ludlow data, but I'm the word is very similar, I'm sure. We have on the left-hand side, you'll notice that this is the daily average infractions per month. And what I want to mention is that includes cell phones, AirPods, any form of wireless hearing device, or hearing, something that they would connect Bluetooth to their phones, because we would never know if they're, obviously if they're connecting to their phones and they're listening to their music, they're using their cell phones. So it included AirPods, and it also includes their Macs, right? And so as you guys were talking about earlier, in the instance where a student is mirroring their phone on their MacBook, that is problematic. And we would, if we had evidence that they were using it as such, we would take their device away because they were using it as a cell phone. So as you can see, we instituted the policy on October 6th, and the month of October, as people were getting used to it, we saw on average about nine a month. And that if you looked at the month breakdown by week, it went from like 12 or 13 to to 10 to 8, and so on. And you can see progressively through each month, it actually got lower and lower. The difference in April and May, we have seen a spike, and I think that's really for two reasons. I was reminded when Mr. Taddy was doing his presentation, when the students, all of a sudden, so many more websites were blocked, they may have resorted to going to their phones to access those things. So we caught them more often. The other thing I want to mention is that we are seeing, there was some mention about this earlier too, about students finding more and more ways to try to get around the monitoring systems that we have. High schoolers are way better at all of this than all of us in this room, as we probably all know already. So on a Mac, you might be aware that you can actually change your desktop profile. So while Go Guardian is we ask the kids, they have to bring in their school issued device so that we can monitor it. But when students are not on their school issued device, if they change their desktop profile, Go Guardian doesn't notice that, or they might be linking to their phones. So as kids started figuring things out, we started catching more and more of those situations happening. So that's part of it. And yeah. Oh, on the right-hand side, just real quickly, in case you're wondering, so out of a population of 1327 at Ludlow, about just a scooch more than a quarter of the kids had a first offense, which I think is a fantastic number. If you think about how prevalent the use was, in years past, to say that only about 1 out of 4 kids was caught first offense, and then it's only down to like 8 or 9% for a second offense. So as you can see, the numbers go way down. So I do think that the disciplinary progressive model was very effective in limiting the use for students.
And I think so, some of the the key takeaways is a significant reduction in student cell phone use, improved student focus and attention, decreased use in hallways and in larger spaces, stronger student-student interactions, and as Dr. Hatz was talking about, effective accountability structures. I think, we continue to sustain and grow as we're not even a year into the implementation, but him and I are very happy with the results we have right now, and we'll continue to work hard to strengthen it moving forward.
Just as a final conclusion, we think it's been a very positive, had a huge positive impact on the school overall. And, I think that we can make some changes and we can look forward to, how we can improve it. But overall, it's been a very positive thing for the schools.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to jump in first. I just want to grab a couple quick questions. The 207 staff members who completed the survey, that's out of what total? Ballpark.
So if you include non-certified staff, if you include everybody, that's probably about 60%. If you focus on teachers and certified staff primarily, it's probably closer to the 85%.
Well, were these primarily teachers?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that's a decent return. I guess my question on the very first slide of 89% during class time, students have been following the policy. How is that not 100%? They're the ones responsible for enforcing it. So what is this reflecting?
Well, that could just be that the students who got caught for an infraction. So in other words, if they had their phone out and they had to be sent to the dean's office or the house office or however each school does it, that would consider as them not following the policy. But there's a consequence to that.
Okay, and then I have to ask, are we getting rid of the warning for next year? Anyone using it at this point in time knows exactly what they're doing. I'm not saying jump right to suspension. That's not what I'm advocating for. But a warning?
We haven't really talked about that yet. That's
Okay.
something I think that with the administration that we can discuss.
I do love taking it and having the parents come get it. And then my only other quick question was, in terms of the implementation has led to a decrease in hallway traffic and bathroom visits. I was wondering if you could explain that.
So the hard thing, if you go back to last year and you looked at how the infractions that students were assigned, by the state codes and in Infinite Campus, what's really hard to know by just looking at the reason about whether a cell phone was involved in that. And what I would argue is that almost all of them were triggered by a cell phone interaction. Meeting up in the bathroom to vape was triggered by a cell phone, two kids coming together. They don't just both decide to do it at the same time. So they would text each other or snap, however they did that. So their inability to communicate in that way means a lot less of that type of behavior. Videoing other students doing things and then posting it on social media after school hours and making fun of them. That somehow, oftentimes trickled back into the school. So kids, as long as it impacts the educational environment, it became our purview.
Yep.
So the student might be written up for bullying, but it was triggered by a cell phone. So hallway traffic, saying I'm going to the bathroom when I'm really meeting up with my friend, and a bathroom, going to meet kids in the bathroom to avoid the time in classroom, way down.
Thank you.
Just another comment. Anecdotally, you would see students just walking around, talking on their cell phone while they were walking down the hallways, and it was more, we don't see that anymore.
Fantastic. Mr. Krasnov.
Thank you for this, and I'm glad it's working. I'm going to go back to the pouches that I keep asking about. How do you guys think the pouches are working? What percentage of students still really use the pouch, or are they just claiming they're leaving their cell phone in their homes or cars or whatever?
So we're not under the impression that every student's putting their cell phone in their pouches. But I will say this would not have worked without the pouches. And the reason that I think we feel that way is because it definitively defines what is a violation. The policy says the phone needs to be in the pouch. So anytime anybody sees a phone, it's a violation. So therefore, because it's not in the pouch, if there was no black and white, if there was no pouch to say, what the policy is, that if student's phone came out of their backpack, or if the student was actually using their phone and a teacher sees that and say, oh no, I was just looking at the crack on the screen. It is an argument every single time. It was off, I thought I heard it, but it wasn't, it's off, it's going to be an argument every single time. And we don't want to put teachers in that position where they're fighting, because then they're going to stop. They're not going to enforce it. And kids are just going to get sneakier and lie more and more to say they weren't using the phone. So now, if it's not in the pouch, it's a violation. So it encourages them to make sure it is not seen, which means they won't access it more. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee?
I'm assuming with your 8th grade orientations going to freshman year, this has been told to them, and the parents' meetings you have has been told to them, and their first day as a freshman, they'll be told to them constantly?
Yeah, Dr. Hatz and myself add this as part of our orientation. It's not necessarily the highlights. We want to make sure everyone feels welcome, but they understand that they have the expectations of what the expectations are at the high school level. And I think the work's done in the middle schools too has helped significantly about having phones off and away.
Okay. And then Dr. Hatz, since you mentioned potential changes to make it better, what kind of changes are you looking to do to make it better or make the scores higher? Or
So, obviously we're going to take a look at the disciplinary structure, as we mentioned earlier, just to see if we want to continue with a warning or not. But, I think that one of the things that we imparted to the staff leading to October 6th is the importance of consistency. In order for it to have worked as well as it did, we had to make sure that every single person was on the same page about what you did when you saw one, how you turned it in, and not let anyone really make those decisions on their own. Over the course of the full school year, we want to ensure that consistency continues. So that's what we're looking at in terms of how we start next year. How do we up that? How do we make sure we advertise to students, what the policy is? So, as anything that we do in the schools, we're always looking and trying to be reflective about what that is. So I don't know if I have something exact to tell you right now, but that's kind of what we do in the summer. It's the reflection to help us, start on a positive note and make sure that it's as successful next year, if not more.
Mrs. Flynn?
I have a follow-up for that. But I did note that I wrote, what budget do you need for hacky sacks? Right on the top.
Do you know how much hacky sacks are, by the way?
They're I have an incoming 9th grader. Believe me, we're all on the search for hacky sacks. It's the new commodity.
Those of us who did it in the 80s, you'd be surprised to see what they're coming for now.
I had 2
$50
vintage
plus,
ones.
yeah.
I was pretty popular. I had a follow-up question though. Did you have any restorative kind of lessons, values, things that you did find came out of those 365 first offenses? I just wonder, to Mr. Lee's, we do see the significant drop. I do wonder if our staff and your administration is finding moments of shared trust in those moments. I just think we're very, I don't know. They're sneaky and they're all the things, but I think our teenagers also are seeing glimpses of hope. I'm hearing it from them that they don't like the devices and they also like the out from them. So maybe if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure. I think, the deans, house deans at both schools are very good at not only giving consequences, but having thoughtful conversations around growth. And I think that's something that, that has definitely happened. And even when you're talking to the students about it, they know they couldn't have checked, they shouldn't have checked their phone at that time. And so I think a lot of the conversations have been very helpful. And I know both schools really lead with that.
Thank you. I so appreciate
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation and the update. And with that, we'll move on to item 4D, the district improvement plan. Mr. Testani.
Yep. We're just getting everyone settled. Dr. Parrish will lead the presentation, and then we'll open it up to any questions. As everyone is aware, the state has not allowed us to release any of the SBA data for this current year. So we will get more of a robust, in-depth look at our data when we get our data presentation in the early part of the fall. But we have, at the board's request, provided district improvement plan update tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Zakia Parrish, Deputy Superintendent. I'll be going through several of the strategic initiatives that are in support of the 6 focus areas that we have in our district improvement plan. There are some items that are the same as what was reported to the board in December, so I will not be repeating those. Those are in white in the text that you see on the slides that were provided to you, but all of the initiatives that are listed, as well as the ones that have been completed or are in progress, are in support of the 10 key performance indicators that we have set forth in the district improvement plan. So under the academics focus area, there's been a lot of work, as you all know. This is year 2 of the pre-K-12 ELA curriculum, so there's been a big push in terms of fidelity, in terms of implementation of that curriculum, and the materials and resources that were purchased in support of that curriculum. So that's been the focus for year 2, as well as at the elementary level, some grammar and writing units. So that's been some of the work that they've been doing around ELA. This is the first year of the World Language and Library and Media curriculum in terms of its implementation. It was previously approved by the board, so they are rolling that out and getting teachers up to par and up to speed on implementing that particular curriculum. Social studies was just recently approved, so they've been working on implementation guides as well as common assessments. So a lot of the work this year has been focused on that so that there can be a smooth rollout in the fall. Up next is family and consumer science. That will come before you all in the fall. They've been working on actually revising the curriculums in preparation for that presentation that will happen when we come back to school. And then, as you know, science is up next. They'll be working over the course of the next year so that they can come before you in the fall of 27. Across all content areas, all grade levels, there have been common assessments that have been developed. These will be launched in the fall. There'll be communications sent out to families. These will allow teachers to not only assess how students are, or how many students are mastering the standards that are aligned to these common assessments, but whether the common assessments actually measure what they want them to measure. So that'll allow them to have some robust conversations around how students are performing and working towards mastery. And math has been doing a lot of work this year from grades K through 12 around implementation guides and making sure that they're in alignment with the curriculum that has been developed. A lot of work under SEL and equity. Our district school climate committee over the last year and a half, actually now we're at the point where it's year 2 years, they worked through not only vetting multiple resources and settling on, well, not settling, but identifying the strongest of the bunch, which is Wayfinder. So there's been trainings that have been provided this year in support of that platform. There have been some lessons that have been identified from pre-K to grade 8, which will be implemented across the district in those respective grade levels so that there's that commonality across buildings in terms of the SEL resource itself. The universal screener waypoints, this is what replaced DESA, for those that do remember the DESA assessment. So there was a baseline assessment administered this year, but only in grades 3 through 8. So parents were notified and given the opportunity to opt out of that assessment. But that information that came back from waypoints will be important as a part of the MTSS process, which I'll talk about a little bit later. As far as next year, additional information and resource information will be sent out to parents regarding Wayfinder, but we'll also be continuing to provide professional learning for staff as that, again, is rolled out pre-K through grade 12. So that's going to be important that we provide that training opportunities for our staff, who will be the primary implementers of this resource and the information therein. I talked about waypoints in terms of it being the universal screener and the baseline data that was collected. There are within that MTSS handbook that's been being finalized by the district MTSS committee, there are decision trees, which allow the support staff to, based on the information from Wayfinder, determine which students are in need of additional supports, and also which supports, some of which are found in Wayfinder, would be applicable to, to meet that student's social emotional needs. Next year, so we did just grades 3 through 8 this year in May. Next year, we'll actually be administering it across all grades, with the teachers doing the reporting at the lower grades through grade 2, and then the student self-reporting from grades 3 through 12. In alignment with the legislative mandate around restorative practices training, we had 15 additional cohorts that finished the training this year. We will continue to train staff moving into next year until we're at a point where all of our staff have completed the restorative practices training. And I think we're ahead of most districts in that respect. I talked about some of the supports that teachers will need in terms of rolling out Wayfinder. In addition to that, our school climate committee will identify additional topics in support of our students, our underserved students, in terms of culturally responsive practices and also student connectedness. This is something that is measured in the student climate survey. So several of the questions are around student connectedness, and I know that some of our schools actually had this as a part of their school improvement planning goals. So that part is important to provide that information and resources to teachers. Under rigorous course enrollment, this year we've really been focusing on increasing our ECE opportunities outside of core areas such as math, science, English, and social studies. So really working with Sacred Heart University and the Connecticut State Community College system to increase opportunities for students to be able to earn college credit while they're in high school. And again, outside of our traditional core areas. This time of year, as schools are wrapping up the school year, they're also looking at end-of-year chronic absenteeism data. They're looking at trends that may have occurred over the course of certain grade level bands, but also using this as an opportunity to start identifying students for next year in terms of what early interventions may be needed to either continue students on the track of improved attendance or to help them reset as the new year begins. A lot of work under professional development. This year, we completed a series with Partners for Educational Leadership, where we where they facilitated sessions for both our administrators as well as our specialists, who then turnkeyed those sessions for our staff. And so those were all centered around high quality instruction. And these, our definition of HQI comes from the single point competencies that are embedded within our evaluation document. So really looking at cognitive demand and cognitive load, as well as the importance of background knowledge in terms of student acquisition and mastery of standards. In support of this, our secondary literacy specialists actually engaged in a book study on knowledge building. And so they were able to use the information that they were discussing during that book study in support of the sessions that they were facilitating with the administrators, but also in their work with individual groups of teachers. This year, our secondary math teachers engaged in a partnership with Fairfield University, where they were looking at task design and instruction, and that was the focus of the professional learning that they were doing in partnership with Fairfield U, with that, the plan for that to continue on into next year. As a part of our MTSS launch, CT SEDS is going to be the portal in which I know, it's actually better than the special ed arm of MTSS, but of CT SEDS. The good thing is that when students are entered into the CT SEDS MTSS arm of the portal, we're able to track all of the data, all of the interventions, and in the event a student moves from tier 1 to from tier 2 to tier 3 to the referral process, that information can then carry over into the special education side of CT SED. So they're testing it out to see how it works, to work through some of the challenges, to kind of get their feet wet so that we can get to a point where we have one tracking system for all of the interventions that are taking place across the district. More to come on that. Math will also be focusing on numeric and algebraic fluency in terms of their professional learning for the upcoming school year as they continue to work through refining their implementation guides and common assessments. This year, we focused on training our middle school teachers in 8th grade specifically, because as you know, the Literacy Academy will be rolling up to grade 8 next year. And we wanted to make sure that those special education and general ed teachers were well prepared. So they've been working with Literacy How, who've been in partnership for many years now, and providing training to them, but also moving forward, providing coaching as they are actually implementing the things that they are learning as a part of their structured literacy training. And then we were fortunate to have a group of elementary special education teachers actually complete a structured literacy practicum this year with Literacy How. So that, again, continue to expand our partnership and strengthen the tools that our staff have in their toolbox to support students. So as you all know, you voted to adopt the revised evaluation plan in May of 2025. Our PDEC committee does review that document every year. It's part of the required work of that committee. There were no revisions that were recommended by that committee. That's why it did not come back before you for a vote, but that is something that they'll continue to do, is evaluate that plan and make any recommendations in terms of changes based on going through the process, gathering feedback from the different constituents in order to continue to make it a better process. Under our diverse and qualified candidate hiring, we were able to solidify this year our partnership with CCSU and their Inspire program. So this gives an opportunity for some of our paraeducators to go through a special education certification program. So this will launch in, the next school year. They'll be able to go through that, and then that'll strengthen our pipeline in terms of the pool of applicants that we have as we have new positions open up. In addition to that, we continue our partnership with UB, Fairfield U, and Sacred Heart in terms of that internship programs with those 3 universities, where their students who are in their programs are in our schools all year long. They actually complete their student teaching. And again, when positions open up, it makes it even better because they're acclimated to our schools, staff can speak to their strengths already, and they are already a part of FPS in essence. So it makes it, again, strengthening the pipeline of potential candidates we have for open positions. Under the growth focus area, again, this is that time of year where schools are looking at their school improvement plans, reviewing the data based on the goals that they set therein, highlighting the things that they were successful on and the strategies that were working, as well as what didn't work. So it's a time for reflection on both sides and identifying what things they want to continue moving forward, because we want to have that through line from one year to the next, so there isn't that disconnect. And there is alignment between the district improvement plan, school improvement plans, as well as the evaluation goals of our administrators and some of our teachers. So there is that coherence that exists. And that work will begin over the summer in terms of the development of the SIPs for next year. With respect to student support, I talked about MTSS. A part of that handbook development includes several protocols regarding data collection, analysis, the use of progress monitoring tools, a way for us to screen all students and then narrow it down to those students that are in need of those tier 2 and 3 supports, but also identifying the ways in which we're tracking what those supports are and whether or not they're working. So that's a really important part of the work of MTSS is that progress monitoring. And so there's been work this year to solidify some of our progress monitoring tools. There have been teams, depending on certain student needs. For example, our ELMLs, there was a team that actually looked at specific decision trees for that population of students to ensure that the interventions that were being put in place were aligned with best practices with respect to EL and ML students. All of the work, even though it may look different at the different level, middle, elementary, and high, we want to make sure that there is that common understanding and common language across levels. And so it's really important that we have evidence-based instructional practices and strategies that are being put into place so that regardless of which level a student is in, there are expected practices that we will, carry forward regardless of which grade a student is in. And then I talked about the decision trees, but I think more importantly, the creation of entrance and exit criteria. So being able to know when it's time to move a student from tier 2 to tier 3 or tier 3 to referral, or if everything's working from 3 to 2 and 2 out of the MTSS process. So wanting to make sure that there are those guidelines there to help staff really be clear on what different pieces of data they should be using, but also when it's time to move a student from one level to the next. This is not a one data point type of decision. There are several data points. As you all know, we have several assessments. But beyond the assessments, there are different, pieces of information that staff has that they want to use to triangulate what the needs of students are, and in order to best identify what the support system will look like. So in addition to our standardized measures, we're also creating some formative assessment tools that will aid teachers in that real time, monitoring and adjustment of their instruction for all students in the classroom, not just those in the MTSS process. Our last focus area is community. Rachel Chopper, our director of communication, has done a lot of work in ensuring that our parents are connected, our families are connected to the district. We primarily use Parent Square, and you can see that almost 100% of our districts are contactable through Parent Square, but she also uses social media, so you can see our reach in terms of the various platforms that are there, and a variety of information is shared out to our school communities in a timely and accurate fashion. And then lastly, the Fairfield Community Programming Partnership Roundtable was just launched this year. This is a group of about 20 community organizations. It includes, of course, FPS staff, representatives from the First Select Person's Office, Fairfield Police, the Fairfield Museum, the library, various entities. The rationale behind this was to make sure that we're communicating about the different events that are taking place across the town, so that we can reduce redundancy, but also figure out ways in which we can collaborate. So why reinvent the wheel if we all don't have to? So they've already met once. They plan to meet 4 times a year, and actually they have a meeting scheduled this Wednesday or tomorrow. So more to come on that. Okay, and with that, we'll open it up to any questions you all have.
Thank you so much. Mr. Krasnov.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm sure this will be a shock, but the stay interviews, I have a feeling they may have not happened as we maybe intended from to the chair to Mr. Testani. Is that something you're going to try? Because I know some districts have had some really good success with it. And
So as you're aware, we're in the process of soliciting applicants for a new executive director of human resources. And one of the requirements when we onboard that individual will be, as we start the school year and they get their feet wet, to go out to different buildings, similar to what the FEA does with their blitzes, and get some dialogue with teachers of all the reasons why they came to Fairfield, the reasons why they stay here, what they like about the district, what they'd like to see possibly change, so that we can gather some of that data. I know it's something that was talked about, and I know it's something that you value, and I think it's an important data point, but that is going to be one of the things that we instill in the new person that's hired.
I really appreciate that. I think it's important to have a pulse of what's going on out there. And sometimes we think we have a pulse, but until you actually get out there and talk to people, you don't necessarily know exactly how everyone feels. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, we do have biweekly meetings with our union folks. On the FEA side, we try to keep an open dialogue, obviously, with our administrators, collective bargaining unit. The para union and I meet monthly as well. So we do get regular feedback, but I think it is important to hear. Oftentimes, we don't hear all the voices. We just hear some of the issues that are going on, but not all the positive things that people like about working here in Fairfield.
Others? Mrs. Flynn?
Just two quick questions. How many of our staff members are currently fully completed on Literacy How? I just think it's such a great.
Mr. Mancusi?
It's been just a continuous investment, and it's such a great one. I want to highlight it whenever I can.
In terms of certified staff at the elementary level, we have 4 teachers. We have 3 6th grade teachers, 3 7th grade teachers, and we will have 3 8th grade teachers. In terms of non-certified staff at the elementary level, we have 4 literacy paras, and at the middle schools, we will have 1 each at each grade level. So 3
Amazing.
6th graders, 3 7th grade paras, and 3 8th grades
Amazing.
at each of the schools.
Thank you for that. It's exciting to see that expanding up to the middle schools. Sorry to have you come up for just that one small question. And then this is just a piece of feedback that I actually got like 3 weeks ago, so I thought it might be helpful. In terms of Parent Square, I advocated for it. I think it's an amazing tool that the district has. Has there been any discussions on how to maybe consolidate some of that? Some feedback I've heard, especially depending what building you're at, the volume of messages can be a lot. So we got one concrete example for like end of year events for 5th graders. Instead of it being sent out for each individual event, we got like one PDF with all the events on it. And the feedback was like those kind of, if the reduction of Parent Square could make parents maybe access it more regularly. I don't know if there's been any discussions around that. That was the only piece of feedback I had in comms, so I thought it was worth to give it up.
We haven't heard anything, but it is something that we can discuss at our next district leadership meeting to try to give more consolidated, like weekly or messages of upcoming events.
Just a small bit of feedback on really excellent work, so thank you guys.
Okay, Mrs. Jacobson.
Thank you for the update. I have some curiosity questions just for possible reflection that I'm not sure you'll have answers to. And again, sorry guys, there's not any page numbers on here, but in the SE, social emotional learning slide where you talked about the universal screener and the baseline and stuff like that. And you mentioned the DESA. I was wondering if there was finding continuity between those two or significant different results. And so I'm just wondering, it's a curiosity question and it's probably one nobody else would think of, but or care about, but I'm just wondering, is switching to this giving you any greater insights that either confirms or changes what we were using previously in terms of things that might be helpful for students?
We just completed at the end of May
Oh, so
20.
you don't have it yet?
Well, I have not seen the results yet.
Okay.
May 29th was the last day of administration.
Okay.
So,
I'll be curious.
what I will say, it is aligned with the CASEL competencies,
Yeah.
like the DESA was. It is better aligned to the platform that we're using because it is Wayfinder's screener, waypoints. It's all part of the platform Wayfinder. DESA was separate from Move This World. They were still aligned with the CASEL competencies.
All right, well,
but,
it's early days, so I'm sure you'll be able to tell us, maybe when we do the school climate survey or something, there can be some insights.
Yeah,
as
when
to
we
what you
do
found.
our school climate presentation at the
Yeah, that'd be a
in
perfect
August,
time,
we
probably.
can give you more information.
Also on that though, I mean, it's not a yellow section, Dr. Parrish, but the resources that are available in Spanish, and maybe this is too new to know as well, but I'd be curious to know, are those being accessed? Like, how are we communicating that these types of resources are available? So I'm just wondering, it says SEL Family Resources available in Spanish. So I'm wondering, they're available, but are they being used? Is anyone accessing them? You know, that kind of thing.
There will be a parent letter going out in the beginning of the school year introducing Wayfinder in more detail with that kind of information.
Okay, awesome. Sorry. So TBD. I know I had something else.
If I could just say one more thing, when I answered your literacy how question, the staffing I gave you was the staffing for the Literacy Academy. We've had a lot more staff go through training. As you know, we go through the cohort training. So each cohort that we've been doing every year has 30 staff. So that's regular ed and special ed department staff. And we have 30 staff in each cohort, so it's not just the Literacy Academy staff that's gone through the training.
Thank you. I was just trying to highlight that because I know that work was being done.
Mrs. Jacobson?
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Parrish, moving on to the multi-tiered support system and responsive slide, and I'll just read it out to you so you know what I'm talking about. There were key practices explored to support the 5th to 6th grade transition. And I'm wondering a little bit if you could shed a little bit more color in terms of, I'm thrilled to hear that. I'm just wondering what that kind of looked like a little bit more.
This mic's on. But this one?
Yeah, I think yeah, it's probably better.
That's right. Okay, so.
High level, just a few
Yeah,
examples. It
no,
doesn't have
so
to
we,
be.
we know that this has been not as smooth as everybody would have liked, right? So this actually grew from when we developed the curriculum, pre-K through 12 ELA. And we had those articulation conversations, pre-K to K, K to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, all the way through 12th grade.
Yeah.
And some of these key practices sort of were elevated, and we just never acted on them just yet. And so I convened a committee along with Julie Heller, who was our ELA 612, program director, and Colleen Sousa, who is our social studies program director. And we had representatives from 5th grade and all specialists from elementary school. We had representatives from, we started with humanities, and we had representatives from 6th grade ELA, 6th grade social studies, as well as specialists from the middle school. And we narrowed it down to a couple of areas. One was note taking, another was research, another was executive functioning, another was paragraph writing. That was something that came up. Assessment question writing, text annotation techniques, and comprehension strategies. Like we could have done a lot more than that, but those were the areas that came up. And so we figured that if we could narrow down the focus of those, and our 5th graders could leave 5th grade with a solid understanding of some key practices in those areas, and our 6th grade teachers could capitalize on those, it would make the transition smoother. So right now what we're doing, now that that committee narrowed it down, we offered it up to our 5th grade teachers, all of them, and our 6th grade teachers as well. And the survey is out, and I will get those results, and then we will take it from there. So it's very interesting what everybody has come up with. Yeah. And then we're going to look at 8th through 9th as well in the future. So we'll start there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing that. And then the last thing I had was understand the entrance and exit guidelines for tiered intervention, but I was wondering a little bit more about what you meant by the decision-making process for multilingual learners. Was that the same type of moving up and, kind of moving up and down the ladder? Same type of concept? Okay, all right. That's all I had, but thank you. Oh, the last thing, sorry, I'm sorry. Last page, I know we didn't go over the key KPIs, but, coming out of COVID, I and others and worked with policy committee and staff, and especially you, Dr. Parrish, around how can we strengthen our attendance practices at the building level versus just kind of doing it more at the top level and by subgroup population. And I know this is not us, and I know it's everywhere, and I know it just baffles me, like sometimes the disparities here and what more we could do. So I don't look to you for an answer on that, but I am expressing that I continue to be concerned about some of the difference in the numbers here for some of our kids, and we know we can't teach kids that aren't in seats as well. And then I also don't know how chronically absent, right? Like, is it just 10 or is it 35, right? So I don't know. I don't have that data, nor should I. But it's something that I know is on everyone's mind and want to make it better as much as we possibly can. I know we did a lot. We changed policy, took it down to the building level. We created teams at every building. Like, we made sure that every subgroup was looked at and all of that. So anyway, I just wanted to share that we've made a lot of improvements since COVID. So kudos, that's great. It's just, got 15% of some of these groups that are absent. So anyway, thank you for all your work on it. I know it continues to be a concern, and looking forward to hearing more as we progress. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
I want to piggyback on that statement, but this area, when we talk about some subgroups, there are not that many in the school district. So if 2 kids are out sick, that changes the percentage.
Correct.
So that doesn't necessarily reflect the district and kids being chronically absent. It's if you have a low population, you have those 2 kids out, that's what brings that up.
Absolutely, but it does still continue to be an area that the buildings focus on, knowing that each case is very different.
Okay. Well, I know this conversation will continue in the fall, so Dr. Parrish, thank you very much. All right, moving on to item 5, consent calendar. I'd like a motion for the approval of the May 26, 2026 Board of Ed regular meeting minutes, moved by Mrs. Jacobson, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you. Item 6A, old business. Approval of policy 3453, student activity funds. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 3453, student activity funds. Moved by Mrs. Bardenwerper, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. Any questions or discussions? I did not get any emails. Seeing none, out to the public. Is there any public comment on this policy? Seeing none, back to the board. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you. Item 6B, approval of policy 4140, 4240, compensation and related benefits. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 4140, 4240, compensation and related benefits. Moved by Mrs. Flynn, seconded by Mr. Krasnov. Any discussion? Seeing none, out to the public. Any comments on this policy? Seeing none, back to the board. All those in favor? It passes unanimously. I am so apologetic, or feel bad that I did not put this on the consent calendar, but we were not sure if there might have been some follow-up questions. So item 6C, approval of policy 4144, 4244, compensation and related benefits insurance. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 4144, 4244, compensation and related benefits insurance. Moved by Mrs. Rinaldi, seconded by Mr. Krasnov. Any discussion? Seeing none, out to the public. Any comments on this policy? Seeing none, back to the board. All those in favor? And it passes unanimously. Thank you. On to item 7A, new business, approval of superintendent's contract. Recommended motion, the Fairfield Board of Education hereby moves to elect Michael Testani as the superintendent of schools and hereby approves all terms set forth in the contract of employment for the period of July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029. The board further delegates to the chair of the board the authority to execute the final contract document on behalf of the board. The board's approval of this contract is contingent upon the superintendent signing the contract within 1 week of this motion. Moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Mr. Asa. All those in favor?
Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Maxon-Cannelli, Mr. Asa, Ms. Rinaldi, Mr. Krasnoff. All those opposed? Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Flynn, Ms. O'Neill. Motion passes 6-3. Item 7B, approval of employment. Recommended motion that the Fairfield Board of Education hereby moves to permit for the 2026-27 school year the employment as unpaid intern or summer paraprofessional of individuals who are the children of board members under the following conditions. One, that such board member recuse him or herself from any vote of the board that may benefit or otherwise impact the employment of such relative. And two, that the board member receive no personal benefit of any kind as a result of such employment. Moved by Mrs. Flynn, seconded by Ms. Rinaldi. I will disclose that I am one of the board members who will not be voting on this motion. Mr. Lee, would you like to say anything?
That's basically my daughter taking
Okay.
a,
You didn't even have to say that. You are the second board member who's impacted by this motion. So neither Mr. Lee nor myself will be voting on this motion. Any other questions? Mrs. Jacobson. I tried to be more specific, Mrs. Jacobson.
That's not that. I swear, didn't we include coaches or did we not include coaches in this?
Coaches are fine.
But it's not, we're not approving that for this?
The two individuals are not vying for a coaching position.
Okay, so if that were to happen, I just want to, I know.
We wanted to make this
this
specific to the two candidates.
Okay, I just want to make sure we weren't leaving something out
No.
that could be a possibility for the year.
No, the bylaw still contains that as a
I
possibility,
swear I
yes.
knew that. Okay, thank you, no problem. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, all those, we moved it, right? We moved it and seconded it. Okay, sorry. All those in favor? Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, Mr. Asa, Ms. Rinaldi, Mr. Krasnov, Ms. O'Neill. Those opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Lee and Mrs. Maxon-Cannelli. Thank you very much. Sorry? Yes. Item 7C, discussion of policy 6151 class size with possible amendments. I do want to provide a little bit of clarity for this, and I was asked by a board member to speak up during public comment, and then I lost track of that, so I apologize. We did have a couple members of the public who came up during public comment to speak in opposition to the increase in class size. I want to be very clear that that has never been part of our discussion. So just if that allays any concerns, I'd also like to indicate that there will be no voting tonight. This is what we're trying to do right now is as we had spent months last year, first in policy, then we came to the full board to get some feedback on the policy. We went back to the policy committee to, based on that feedback, refine the language, brought it before the full board, voted and passed the policy as it's currently seen for the public and seen for the district, with the promise that we would come back in a year to revisit the policy, see how it is working or not. And so we are at that point in time where we are looking to where are we with class size? What is the board considering? What would the board like the board members to consider? I will put out to the board that there is a policy committee meeting on June 15th. I would only feel comfortable putting it on the policy committee agenda if there is a very clear majority direction from the board, because I do not believe this is something that 3 policy members should be doing by themselves in isolation, trying to capture your will. So if this ends up with a lot of people unsure, needing more data, needing more consideration, absolutely fine. It can then simply come back before the full board at our next meeting if there is interest in moving ahead with amendments, and that's where the voting would take place. Or it could be that the conversation continues in the fall. I'm just saying that this is a slightly unusual in that there's not a clear direction because we don't know where the board members stand. So with that said, to me, it makes sense that we start with the discussion of some suggested amendments, and I'd like to start with Mr. Krasnov.
Thank you so much. I do want to thank the chair for honoring the agreement of bringing it back a year. Just so the public knows, last year I proposed an amendment. It did not make it, but the agreement was that we would discuss it again a year following, which now is about the time. I'm gonna go over a little bit more background on the amendment I'm about to propose, and then I'm gonna go through some of the impacts that this amendment would have, so everyone's clear of exactly what we'd be looking at if we were to enact this amendment. I do want to thank Superintendent Testani. The chair allowed me to meet with Superintendent Testani to review some of my ideas, the policy, and what the impact would be in terms of staff, cost, and what would benefit in terms of timing. So some of the things that are in this amendment that I'm proposing actually is also coming from feedback from central office in terms of timing of hiring teachers, et cetera. That being said, the amendment I am proposing is to add under the elementary level line on policy 6151, section A and 6151, section B, it continues on to a second page, that on August 1st, prior to the school year, the district shall review the enrollment in sections at each elementary school by grade level. If on August 1st, any grade level at any elementary school is within 2 students of that school and grade level's total allowed cap, the district will automatically add an additional grade level section to that school for the upcoming school year. So when we reviewed this, we looked at previous years' trends. We've had over the past few years some situations where we've gone over cap. That's why I brought up this amendment last year. Now I dug deeper to see the impact on what it would have going forward, what the cost would be, et cetera. I am gonna go by school, so just bear with me. I know it's getting pretty late. I'll try to do it fast. Burr Elementary School, we were currently projecting actually losing a section. We were gonna be 1 section less.
Can I just interject? Can you please be more specific about your state? So if you could say section less, are you saying did 19 and it's 18 specific? Otherwise, I'm going to have 100 questions about if that.
Sure, but I believe you have the backup that shows it. But yeah, I can be even more specific. You don't have that one? Okay. So there was 18. It's going to go to 17 sections at Burr. If my amendment was to pass, it would actually go back to 18. It would be first grade would get an additional section. It would become a 3-section school all the way across. Right now it's a 3, a 2, a 3, a 3, a 3, a 3. I will give you a copy if you want.
Is this not what, are you not using what's in the budget book?
I'm not using what's in the budget book. I'm using the
So you're using data as of what date?
as of, when was this, last week?
Yeah, not the prior enrollment report.
Okay,
Yep.
so 2 months before.
No, 2 weeks ago.
It's in here.
Right.
It's on the bottom of this one.
I just want to know the date of the data that you are utilizing is months before school starts. That's all I'm saying.
Correct. I asked for it to be included. I apologize. What I'll do is I'll make sure a copy of this is given to everyone and posted on the backup. I do apologize. This is the sheets I was going off and I thought was going to be in the backup for tonight.
So the sheets you're talking about are the ones that are in the budget book?
No.
No,
This sheet.
the June 1st enrollment report
Yeah, correct. For next year.
for next year.
Next year, June 1st enrollment report for next year. White, there would be no change. Holland Hill, they would be a change just to kindergarten. It would also become a 3, 3, 3, 3, 4 in the 4th grade and 3 in the 5th. So, but it was a -1 to begin with. It was 19 going down to 18, so that makes it a flat change. Jennings was a +1 change to the sections. It was going from a 13 to a 14 section. There would be no change under this policy. McKinley is currently a 23. It's going to a 22 section according to the current projections, which is a -1, and it is not changing under this policy. Mill Hill, going from 19 sections to 18 sections, it's a -1. There would be no change to that according to this policy amendment. North Stratfield is currently staying flat. However, under this policy, first grade would get an additional section. So it would become a 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 4. That's an addition of 1. Osborne Hill will stay flat at 22 sections. Riverfield will stay flat at 21 sections. Sherman already had the addition of 1 section. That will stay flat. So it's going from 18 to 19. It's going to have the 1 addition, but under my amendment, it's not changing. It would have had the 1 section regardless. The big change is at Stratfield. Stratfield currently was going to go down to a 14, which was a -1 section due to the 5th grade moving on. It was a 3-section grade. Now it's a 2-section grade. However, under my policy amendment, every single grade will become a 3-section grade. So kindergarten will be 3 sections. First grade will become 3 sections. Second grade would become 3 sections. Third grade would become 3 sections. Fourth grade is already 3 sections. And 5th grade would become 3 sections. That's an addition of +3 sections. The total differential in this is a +4 sections. And I spoke to Superintendent Testani. If worst case scenario, we needed to hire all new FTE, the impact would be somewhere around $340,000. However, he feels confident that there wouldn't be that expense. I don't want to speak for him and exactly what. I don't know if I'm the chair to Superintendent Testani, if you want to elaborate a little more.
Yeah, we discussed this, myself, Frank, and Terry, and we feel that based on what we had budgeted and what we are projected, that we would not have any negative impact to the budget.
So that being said, I appreciate all the hard work. You guys looked into it. Making this amendment change should not have much of an impact to the budget. As we heard from a lot of the parents, especially at Stratfield, which is one of the most impacted schools. This is, in my mind, the right change. The reason I'm putting it forward is it puts a stopgap to prevent classes from getting to cap. It's very difficult to lower class sizes without a big impact to either current FTE or future FTE and space. I did look at space in all the elementary schools that this would impact, and we actually do have room for this policy change. So hopefully everyone supports it. Thank you.
Mr. Asa.
First off, I want to thank you for doing your due diligence and for bringing this forward tonight with the description, the backup, the conversation with Mr. Testani, who also sounds like he had a conversation with finance. So I very much appreciate you coming here prepared tonight. I have stated on multiple occasions, I have grave concerns over reducing the class size caps that we have in place across the board, because I do not feel that we'll be able to implement that properly without redistricting in the very near future and a huge FTE impact. That being said, I did take a lot of time to review, and I appreciate you having a call with me to explain some things. This does very much accomplish many things that I think a lot of board and public have been looking for in a thoughtful way that kind of gets us, as you said, to a place where we're not generally across the board near the caps. And honestly, even if there were a budgetary impact, I find it hard to believe there won't be any. But at those numbers, couple questions. So to clarify, and maybe this goes through the chair to Mr. Tassani, for the FTE implication of budget, I'm assuming you are using a new hire plus benefits to get your number. Whereas in the past, for certain things we've budgeted, we've figured, over 100,000 with benefits. If I'm doing the math right, we're in the 80s per person for salary and fringe.
Correct. I believe the number was about 85,000, give or take. And that's if we needed to actually hire. Sounds like they may have found.
Okay, so, and we're talking about shifts in enrollment and sections to achieve what we've budgeted in this bucket, correct?
So what we've budgeted for sections, this will not exceed what we budgeted for next school year. So this does accomplish everything that I think makes sense in terms of not having classrooms that are at maximum capacity. It also gives us an opportunity to make sure that we have a teacher in the classroom on the first day of school. We would look to hire if we were already, like right now, since we already have notice on some of these sections, we would look to hire now. After August 1st, school districts do the 30-day hold, which then would get kids disrupted and have a teacher start into September if we waited too long. This year, and we do see the trends, we did have a couple of sections. One, we had to hire a teacher in the fall, and then another we had the discussion about the intern and the student teacher that was going to be in the classroom, that the teacher preferred to have the student teacher, but that would have triggered a section as well. This all would have been ironed out in end of July or first day of August. So I do think it does give us better advantage in terms of hiring the right people. As I've said before, you don't want to hire the end of August, early September, and we don't get the because right now we do have a couple of our interns that still we don't have a spot for that we'd like to hire. We do have a couple of resignations that just came in. However, we could grab good young teachers coming out of college.
So just to be clear, so the total number of sections under your amendment that you proposed based on June enrollment numbers is what?
I believe it is 200. From 196 to 200.
Correct.
We budgeted 199. And okay. So Mrs. Jacob, do you have your budget? But what page are you looking at for total? What is the page in the budget? Okay. Okay, so with regard to that, thank you, Mrs. Jacobson. With regard to your amendment, looking at the 2 versus 1, because I do know in the past you had spoken of 1. With regard to the 2, I left my glasses in the other room. What schools do you know of, or have you done this? Do you think we could be close with in-migration? in the next 2 months that it may push us, even with your amendment, to an additional section? Do you know offhand? And if you don't, it's okay. I can look at this tonight or, this
It would
week.
really depend on what exact grade someone enrolled, but most of the other ones are not within 3. So at that point, you would need to add 4 students to a specific grade at a specific school to trigger it. Is it possible? Sure. Are there a few schools that it's happened? Maybe, but most of the ones like Stratfield is one that's been a problem in the past. We're adding. So
Yeah, so in essence, in doing this, you're bringing down, you're bringing down the class sizes without reducing the cap. But by keeping the cap there, we're also avoiding, if we had a situation where it got back up, we could always look at it again at that time and look at other things like building utilization and whatnot.
correct. That the thought process was, and as we talked in facilities quite a bit, there's a lot of projects coming online at some point, and some of them are quite big projects, and we have no idea what that impact's going to be. So this allows us a buffer until we know what kind of utilization we're looking at when, let's say, the Circle Diner project comes online or something. So
Okay.
that was kind of my thinking versus changing the cap and putting ourselves in a position where we just don't have the facilities.
Yeah,
to
no, I
manage it.
agree with that. So just to be clear then, if we were to institute this, it appears to Mr. Testani that we have the classroom space
Yes.
in each building based on these projections, that there shouldn't be an issue where we're running into putting specials on carts and whatnot.
No, we absolutely do not want to do that. Correct. So to your initial question, could this, as in Mr. Krasnoff's response, is it possible that we go over somewhere else later on as we get closer to August? Yeah, highly unlikely though. I think this gives us now an opportunity to be proactive, get our sections in order, teachers in place, and ready for the start of the school year without any worry about adding any staff members once the school year has begun.
And I will say,
And it lowers the class size.
Yeah, I do like the idea of the August 1st cutoff, because it does give the district a chance. I may have other questions, but I'll really relinquish the floor.
I have one quick pause. I just noticed that Mrs. Brown left me up here a whole pile of copies of the class size policy. I'm sorry, I just noticed it. Would anybody like a copy of the policy? Or anyone over here need one? Any members of the public? Okay. Mrs. Jacobson.
Also, thank you for bringing this forward and to Mrs. Flynn. It's nice to have something on paper. I have a few questions myself. I'm just going to go to your language here. On August 1st, the district shall review. So what was the magic number for August 1st?
In discussions with Superintendent Testani, typically when we need to hire qualified teachers, they need to give 30-day notice to their districts. So August 1st being the day that we look to kind of finalize what we need. Now, obviously, they're going to have to look at it prior to August 1st, but the trigger would be as of August 1st enrollment.
Okay, so this
Because
is
anything further, they may be taking teachers after the start of the school year, and it's disruptive to do that, and the quality of the candidate pool may go down.
okay. So August 1st is a Saturday, so I'm guessing the district isn't going to be so just from a policy technically, we probably don't want to put a date in there like that. The existing underlying policy already allows for when you go over cap up until the day before school. So this is a discrepancy that I want to talk about. So August 1st, let's just say someone's coming in on August 1st to review the enrollment. And on that day, if you are within 2, you get or within 1 or at cap. Just to be clear, it's at cap under by 1 or under by 2, on August 1st, the magic day, you get another section.
We'll probably have to reword it to by, but I was told the policy committee was gonna formally write
let's not
this.
worry about the
So,
wordsmithing. Let's
I was
focus
just
on the
trying to-
idea.
No, I'm just that the concept
Yeah, I
is,
was
the
just trying
concept
to get
is
it
that
on
on some
paper.
special day,
Correct,
you get a lower class size,
correct.
but on some other special day, 2 days later, you don't.
3 people are gonna roll by the next day?
No, I'm just saying, like, well, I have no idea, but I'm going over what your amendment does.
Correct,
So if
correct.
I can just ask my questions, yes or
Correct.
no?
Yes,
At the end of the day, the underlying policy, the superintendent is charged when you go over cap to hiring a new and expanding the sections up into the day prior to school.
correct,
That's the underlying policy.
correct. So that stopgap's what you were talking about. 3 people all of a sudden enroll on August 3rd. It's not-
According to this amendment, they wouldn't get that.
Of course they would, because the policy is still in place that, as you said, after the school year, if it goes over cap, he is
Over
taxed.
cap,
Correct.
right, over cap. So I
So
guess,
nothing changes in the current policy. This is a stopgap addition to the policy.
but on a certain day. So my question is, it
Correct.
really, why wouldn't we just do this no matter what?
Because
Why is there a day?
because you're not going to do it in the middle of the school year.
No, I meant, okay, so prior to the school starting.
We want to hire a professional teacher. If we do it much later than August 1st, you're rolling the dice on what you're going
The
to get
underlying
out
policy already affords for us to do that,
there. I understand. If you go over cap, Ms. Jacobson,
right?
this is to prevent us going over cap, hopefully ever.
Only on this one day, though.
No, this day is the cutoff.
Right.
So it's really a month between this and the start of the school year, not even in some cases, you're talking 3 weeks. That you would have to
I
add
think
3
that
plus students to trigger anything.
The challenge for me for this particular amendment is that if you are the lucky family on a certain day at a certain time, depending on how the policy committee, maybe does this language, and you're 1 or 2 or at cap, you're going to get another section. But if it's not at that specific point in time, you have to hope that your section goes over cap in order to get the lower classes. You're at 25 and 25 and it's not August 1st, you got to get to 25, 25, 26. But if on August 1st, you can be at 24, 25, or 26 and get another section. I think it screams of inequity, actually. And really, based on our budget book for Mr. Asa, based on the budget book, it has the same, I don't know about these June numbers, but based on our budget book, it would have been 10 sections, your amendment, and so is reducing class sizes by 1. So we didn't have this information, so now that we do have this information, but based on our budget book, it's 10 section. That's what the public has. So I have real concerns about this amendment, actually. I appreciate the concept of it, but my concern is not the special day that some people might get this benefit and another day where they wouldn't get the benefit. And I think we've been talking about this and hemming and hawing, and it just seems like another Band-Aid, actually, versus let's just vote on lower class sizes. And regardless of the space, this district had 237 homerooms not that long ago. We're talking about 199. We have lots of space. Every single one of these buildings has enough classrooms to do 1 or 2 under, to be quite frank. 1 is easier, there's no doubt. But I don't understand this conversation about facilities. We just went through an entire inventory. Everyone at this table should know every single building and every single classroom in that building. There is plenty of room in these buildings to add more sections. Because Fairfield has had many, many, many more. The reality is that they're just being used for other purposes. I'm not saying they're sitting around not being used, just to be clear for the public. Every room is being used, but we can add more homeroom sections. So my position on this amendment is, I think it's very inequitable. I think it's actually challengeable. And that if I was the person that had to get over cap because it's not August 1st, but somebody else on a certain day was able to get that lowered class size and they're having 15 and 16, but I'm still at 25 and 25 because it wasn't August 1st, I guarantee you somebody was going to hear about that. It's not a fair policy. to all of the kids. So that's just my perspective. So I think it should be, let's just vote, and I'll vote tonight. Let's just vote on lowering class sizes. Like, we can just put the motion on the table right now. We don't have to wait. And I don't think this has to go back to policy, to be quite frank. Let's just vote.
Mrs. Bardenwerper.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Mr. Krasnoff. I really like this amendment and I would be happy to support it. To Ms. Jacobson's point, I totally understand what you're saying. I think it's an easy fix with the language. If I were to, kind of amend the amendment, I think something like beginning on August 1st and up until the first day of school. Because before August 1st, it's going to be fluid. But, you do have that period where if it goes, within 2 of cap, I agree with Ms. Jacobson that it should trigger the same thing. And then after the first day of school, it should be if you reach cap is when action takes place. So I think we can kind of make that quick fix. And I think that was the spirit of the amendment. As to size, as to our facilities, I do think we have space in the district, but I don't think it's even. So I'm a parent at Sherman. My daughter was in a 23 kindergarten class, and we were lucky enough to get one more kid to join. So this year in first grade, she's in a 17, which is wonderful. But in order to do that, Sherman had to put OT on the stage. So this year, they took a stage that used to be all of our PTA boxes, and they did their best and they tried to make it look cute, but it's not fair. So we are short on rooms, and that's just an anecdotal experience. And I can't speak for every classroom, but I know that sometimes what it says on paper when you actually get into school looks different. So I do think we have to be thoughtful of that. And that's why I like this solution better than just lowering the cap without really analyzing the space. Because the last thing I want to do is cause a problem in a building because we lower the cap and now we're out of space. Maybe not in every school, or we have some classrooms open in one elementary school, but you have another one with things on the stage. So I just know that that's a challenge that the elementary school that we go to has been really dealing with, and that is one of the reasons I like this amendment. But I would, recommend that we amend the amendment. So thank you so much for all the work you've done on this, Mr. Krasnoff. I really appreciate it.
Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate your first point. That was kind of what I looked at as a little bit of a compromise. I'm going to speak to Mr. Krasnoff's amendment, not my own. I guess through the chair to Ms. Bardenwerper, kind of speaking about this, and one thing I was a little concerned about is we just did a review of all of our buildings. So I guess I'm kind of looking for what we're looking for on top of that. Did we think that those were inaccurate? Do we think those aren't representative of what's going on? Because I very much appreciate your point that when we're looking at what's your concern there? Because we did just do that work, and I worry that sometimes instead of taking action, we kind of keep repeating work that we've done over and over. And just for everyone to be aware, yes, we did a little bit of wordsmithing on this policy in 2024, but the last time that this was fundamentally looked at by this Board of Education was in 2004. So for me, like I said, I appreciate Mr. Krasnoff's amendment. I'm happy to speak to mine after the floor is done, but I was kind of looking at this from a more holistic standpoint as where we are looking at this as a district educationally, I was looking at it much broader. So I'm happy to go into the details of my amendment and where I was coming from. But I think for right now, I am looking at a little bit more of an aggressive take on this.
Mr. Asa. Oh, sorry, actually, I apologize, Mr. Asa. Could I go to Mr. Krasnoff?
Yeah, mine's not new. Mine's more to what Mrs. Flynn
Okay,
just
go
said.
ahead, Mr. Asa. I'm sorry.
I don't, whatever you want to do. I would just say that, yes, work was done, but I would just say that if you're going to bring a suggestion and an amendment to the board table, to have all that information, have the impact on classrooms district-wide, have the available, and don't say that the work's been done, you do it. My philosophy is if you're going to bring something forward, bring it with the backup. So bring the backup of what the FTE implication is, potentially. Bring the backup of the classroom inventory. And to Mrs. Bardenwerper's point, are they classrooms? Are they rooms? What's in them? And do that homework. And if you want to bring that to the board, I'm happy to have that conversation. But don't come to the board with an amendment without that and tell us we should know that.
Would you like me to share it
Hold on,
now?
excuse me, hold on. Mr. Krasnoff had the floor next.
Well, I was just going to say that there are 3 elementary schools that are tight. Now, I'm not saying they wouldn't possibly have space, depending on what everyone decided. My concern is with things coming online, I do have a concern that we could put ourselves in a situation that we're back here in 5 years looking at the policy again. And I'm trying to prevent that. It may happen anyway. But the last thing I want to do is talk the R word while I'm at the board table. That's all I know. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
A couple things. First thing, when we talk about the building space, so the 2 schools that get the most influx during the year at any time is Holland Hill and McKinley. Under this plan, is there room come December if Holland Hill adds 2 students and now it's a different kind of policy?
December wouldn't trigger it.
So then if you had 2 more kids coming into a section in Holland Hill, let's just use them as an excuse, as an example, you're gonna have 1 class potentially back up?
If 2 students were to come in at a McKinley or a Holland Hill, with the amount of sections they have, they wouldn't be at max cap. You would need 3 or 4 students to get to max cap.
Which of those schools is
again, is
more common than the other
it
schools
is
in the district?
possible, but if you look at the numbers here, Holland Hill would only get into that situation in, I believe, 5th grade. And McKinley is nowhere near that except for maybe 4th grade. It's gonna get 3 sections. What
Okay,
do you mean?
Mr. Lee, you have the floor. Do you have any
So-
other comments?
So the other situation I have here is, I understand we have the space, maybe. I want to make sure those classrooms aren't used for stuff where now you're going from an art room to now art on the cart. Okay? The second question I have is, so let's use your other example at Stratfield School where it goes up. So we have every section now has 3 classes. We hire the FTEs for those 3 classes. What happens next year? We have 1 section that doesn't require 3 classes anymore. What happens to that FTE?
We
position?
currently have that happen now. There's a flux of sections from school to school every single year, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Mrs. Flynn.
I was just gonna highlight your one example. So, for instance, Holland Hill, under my amendment as well, would go from 19 to 20. It's a 24-section building. You remove the 2 ECCs, you have plenty of room. So I'm saying, and and just to respond, I do have all the backup. Like I said, I will speak to it when I speak to my amendment. But I also want to be clear too, that similar to elementary school schedules, I think that this is a really multi-pronged conversation, and in good faith, I wanted to submit, and if anyone looked at my amendment, it's 4 amendments. So the intent of my amendment was not to dictate or predict, it was to really have a substantive conversation about a topic that has been affecting this district for what looks like close to 20 years, and I can say anecdotally, for 9 years at a building where my kids were in 23 and 25 classes and it never shifted. So I think a substantial conversation about this is needed, not only for facilities and FTE reasons, but for educational. So I was hoping to have that conversation as well. And like I said, when I get to my amendment, I hope we can get there.
Okay, Mr. Asa.
Again, I'm all for a substantive conversation, but you just mentioned moving ECC out of Holland Hill.
You just said that.
No, I said it's already accounted for in the room count.
You said
No, I
move.
did. Oh,
You said remove ECC.
Okay, hold
from
on.
Holland Hill.
Mr. Asa has the floor, please.
So that is exactly my point, where if you're going to bring forth something that the public and the board has been yearning for, bring it with a plan and incorporate all those things that if they're gonna, whatever they're gonna involve. I don't wanna, I wanna have the conversation, but I wanna have it with the data in front of me like we do other things.
Absolutely, as did I, and
Mrs. Flynn? Mr. Asa, are you done? Okay, Mrs. Jacobson, just raise your hand, Mrs. Flynn. Is your microphone on?
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting. Maybe this doesn't lend itself because we can't have a conversation in this way. I think we've had way too many conversations actually about this already for long enough. Like I said, I just don't know why we're just not voting. Right, let's just vote. Mrs. Flynn's amendments for 1 and 2.
If we can just stay focused on the amendment that
Yeah, I know,
that's
but you
here.
know what? There's 15 minutes and I'd like to actually talk about both of them.
Okay, well, I would like Mrs. Flynn to be the first one to speak to her amendment.
Okay. We only have about 15 minutes left in this meeting. Here's what I'd like to see happen on the 23rd. I'd like to have us vote on what these amendments and what the will of the board is, the will of the board is, and then we will figure out the money based on what this board wants to do. So we voted on the budget last meeting. I think that we have so responsibly invested in programming. We've gone around to other boards and said that we've saved $20 million, $16.7 million, $16 million. And I think it's time that we actually put some of that money back into the general ed homeroom classroom. We haven't accounted for in 15, 20 years or whatever it might be for the changing demographics and needs of the population in our K-5 homerooms since this policy was passed. And it's time that those class sizes just bottom line come down. Our schools have changed. Our needs of our students have changed. I keep hearing about dysregulation and behaviors. We're hiring interventionists left and right, social workers, counselors, all sorts of things. It's time to put some money just back into our teachers and our K-5 classrooms and lower those class sizes. Whether it's 1 or 2, I'm happy to hear from this board. I understand Mr. Ace's point on facilities. I personally know it fits because I've already done all that work based on these numbers and I know what's there. Yeah, 2 is harder. It's not a doubt, but I just don't really feel the need to have another 8-month conversation on this issue or another year and make the families that are sitting at 25 and 25 and 23 and 23 for next year again and again and again wait for us to have a conversation. Let's vote. Let's put some money into this budget and take care of this issue, and let's do it in 2 weeks or less. Thank you.
I'd like to get any other questions regarding Mr. Krasnov's, because then I would like to give Mrs. Flynn the opportunity to speak to her amendment. Mr. Asa?
I just want to be clear. I'm all for taking action on the 23rd. I just want to have the information. So if Mrs. Jacobson can bring that information on the 23rd so we can evaluate it, I am all for making a vote on this so the administration can act this summer.
Mr. Lisa, okay.
So on Mr. Krasnoff's amendment, I want to have assurance that the classrooms that we think are empty, the arts, the science, the special ed, the OTPT, there is no issues. Because the last thing I want is some family to come in and tell me that their kid's doing OTPT in the hallway again.
There is no issue at any of the schools that will be changing currently. There's even a buffer of still a classroom in almost every
Okay,
one of the
I do
schools.
have to add, to be clear, when we make policy, it's not a 1-year deal. So Mr. Krasnov has done the homework to speak to this coming school year. There are no guarantees going forward after that, just to be factual. And one quick thing, if I may jump in, and then it's over to Mrs. Flynn, please, because it's her turn. But to the point of August 1st, August 15th, August 20th, correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole point of August 1st was so that on day 1, we have had the time to hire the teacher to be in the classroom. If we just open it up for August 1 up through the start of school, 2 below cap, you're now in a situation where, okay, we just hit it, we're going to open a 3rd classroom, but it might be a month before we have a classroom teacher. Isn't that the thinking behind August 1st?
The thinking behind it was with guidance from central office. I didn't have a date set in stone. For me, it didn't really matter. But I believe we'll get better quality staff.
It was about the hiring window.
By August 1st, like you said, the hiring window is better for August 1st.
And when we had that conversation, we said by August 1st, that doesn't that doesn't mean on August 20th, we still wouldn't do it. It was just moving the date up. So I think, to Mrs. Bardenwerper's point, maybe just changing the language so it's a little clearer that it would go up until but we wanted to be as early as possible, as I said, so that if we get a current employee from another district, usually anything after, starting August 1st, they will hold them for 30 days, which would then mean they couldn't start prior to the start of school, which means they couldn't set up their classroom. Other children then wouldn't have a teacher on day one. That was the only rationale.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Flynn.
I just want to clarify one comment, just because I want to make sure everyone understood what the intent of my statement was. When I was talking about Holland Hill, when I said that Holland Hill, under Mr. Krasnoff's amendment, would go from 19 to 20 sections. Holland Hill is a 24-section school as it was built. Since we currently utilize 2 of those classrooms for ECC, they are removed from the building occupancy as home rooms because they are already accounted for. That is what I meant by the word remove, just for clarification purposes. Does that make sense? Oh, I just want to make sure that makes sense. Just so the board can see, this is our class size policy as written. All that's changed in Amendment 1 is a reduction by 1 student. I can talk through the implications of that. The reduction of 1 student, 1 less, for K through 2 creates 16 new classroom sections. To expand that and reduce by 1 for 3 through 5, that increases 4 classroom sections for a total of 10 classroom sections, or about $1 million to do that, to reduce and do Amendment 1. Does that make sense? Based on the budget book in front of us, that's what I used. Does that make sense to the board so far? Okay, great. Okay. For Amendment 1, the implications would be for 1 less student for K2, it would add 6 sections. For K through 2, it would add 4 sections for 3 through 5 for a total of 10 sections. They do all of it. I can break them down by building for the board. I can speak to why I did it at the end. I can go through each number. It's quite a chunk of a document to send out, and to be real, what it does articulate, like I said, it fits. If we start looking out peak, there are certain buildings that get impacted. One of those buildings is going to get impacted anyway because of population growth to begin with, and the other 3 buildings that get affected are buildings that are being utilized for programming, special programming. So I crafted this amendment in this such a way, to Ms. Maxon Kennelly's point. We can't plan for 15 years in the future. I don't think it's responsible to only plan for 1 year in the future. So I do think this all fits. I have predicted it out through peak. I can go through every building. It also, I think, highlights, some of our long-term planning, and I think some of these discussions converge. I think discussions about our assignment of special programming, I think conversations about how we're utilizing our buildings comes into play here. So for me, this was a very holistic conversation, and why I structured it like this. I plan to come back with the same amendment next week. I am happy to include a document that lays out exactly which buildings, but Mr. Asa, that will only work for 1 year. I could do it for 5, I could do it for 15. Those numbers are going to be slightly moving. I can absolutely do it for next year. I'm happy to include that. But for me, what I would kind of like to hear from this board, I can do that. Do you want me to do the next section as well? Wonderful. So for amendment number 2, this is where, and Ms. Jacobson mentioned this before, but there are implications. I'm not going to pretend like there are not implications for this. There's most definitely FTE, and there's most definitely cost. The first one was $1 million. Amendment number 2 increases for 2 less for K to 2. We had 9 sections. For 2 less for 3 to 5, we trigger 7 sections. So that is a total of 16 sections. That also fits for next year. That also fits in peak. I'm not going to even pretend to not be transparent that there is one building that is in that is very tight. So I think that that's important to talk about in a holistic manner. But again, for me, and I said this in my rationale, you know, there are academic advantages to this. For me, there are socio-emotional advantages to this. For me, there are teacher advantages to this. So I can't have these conversations in a silo. And we've heard a lot about, you know, anecdotal. I have anecdotal. I've seen this for 9 years. I'm about to leave North Stratfield School. My kids have never had a class size. That's a lie. They had a class size 1 year when they broke apart into 4, and then it bumped back to 3. 23 and 25. And I will not say that it hasn't had an impact. I hear it anecdotally. I hear it at fields. I hear it in the library. I hear it every time a parent catches my ear to talk about this is the topic I hear the most. So while I appreciate, you know, a lot of the other work we're doing to try and, you know, find a silver bullet, I just wonder if we're missing the one right in front of us. And the one, you know, we talk about that direct access to a teacher. We talk about the relationships we build with our teachers. I really feel confident that this will help kids. And while I appreciate Mr. Krasnoff's amendment, the reality of that amendment is kids get left behind in that will get touched by mine. And I just am there.
Follow up.
Before we go to any follow-up, either we're adjourning in 4 minutes or I need a motion to extend the meeting. Mrs. Jacobson?
I'll make a motion to, I'll make a motion to extend to 11:30, I guess. You want me to go longer? Midnight? Okay, so I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and, till midnight.
Is there a second? Mr. Asa? All those, are you just, you're already ready? Okay, all those in favor? Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Asa, Mr. Krasnoff, Ms. O'Neill, all those opposed, Ms. Rinaldi. Motion passes 8-1. I apologize. Mrs. Flynn, were you set?
I was all set. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
I do have a question. I understand we want to make the smaller classrooms and everyone can fit in. How is this going to affect special ed? Has there been any talk about, is there potentially growth in special ed? How's that going to affect? Again, now we're talking about space. And I do not want to hear, let's make this clear. I don't want to hear any parent telling me their kid is doing some OTPT in the hallway.
Mr. Lee, you know why I'm really confident that that's changing is because of how you wrote the ed spec for Dwight. And that now when we're looking versus looking back, because one of the main problem buildings that I'm finding, you want to know which one it is? Mill Hill. You want to know why? How many sections are at Mill Hill? How many classroom sections are at Mill Hill?
Hey, I'm not gonna go down that road.
I
That
will.
wasn't my decision, right? As a chairman of that committee, we said.
Okay,
our
can
thing.
we need to stay on the topic, please?
I don't believe that it will because I think that moving forward, we are building now for the spaces that we know we need. And as we look towards our new builds, we know that there's room for that programming. And not only that, to Ms. Jacobson's point, we've been intentional about doing that and talking it to our other town bodies. I think it's an asset. I think this is as well. I think the investment into those programs is reap benefits, not only in terms of budget, which I think is, to me, not why I make decisions, but for kids to stay in their neighborhood school with their community. I think this is the same thing for general education.
I'm not disagreeing on what we need, but we need to also be the voice of the other underrepresented groups that aren't out here. Everyone's all for the small school classrooms. That's great, right? But at what cost?
I think we can.
Okay, hold on.
I don't understand what that means.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Krasnoff, then Mr. Asa.
Thank you, and I love Ms. Flynn's ideas, and I would love to lower it by 2. I have major concerns about the 2 lowering. The 1 I think could work for the time being. The 2 is, there's quite a few schools it puts it real tight. So
Not for next year.
again, I would love, maybe not for next year, but there's a few that we get a few more students, we have a big problem next year, even next year. Again, I would love to lower it. The reason I came up with mine, because I did look at 2 and 1, and I looked at all the facility makeup on it. It just, I was afraid of how tight things might get, and that's why I came forward with what I did. Not saying that I wouldn't love to lower class sizes, because I'm all for it.
Thank you, Mr. Krasnoff. Mr. Asa.
Yeah, and to my point before, I'm sorry to beat a dead horse here, but I want to vote on this on the 23rd.
Mhm.
And obviously I have no problem staying late tonight to talk this out. I would, since Mrs. Flynn, you made it clear that you have all this information, could you send it to us tomorrow? Because what
No
I don't want
problem.
to have happen
problem.
is I don't want it to go by a week and then have to do it. Like, the next meeting is going to be meaty too. So, but this is meaningful work that we need to come to a conclusion on. I agree. But I would, it sounds like you've done the work of the inventory, including where special programming is and everything. I would like to see what you have. I would have liked to see it tonight so we could actually do this talk. To Mrs. Jacobson's point, I don't think anyone's saying we're going to talk about this for 8 months. I want to talk about it now, but I don't want to talk in circles without the information in front of us. So if you could send it tomorrow, that would be great.
Absolutely. I'm just going to pre-state again that I used the budget book and what was before us. So if that's where the information is from.
I don't care where it's from. I just want to see your plan.
Clarification.
Mrs. Jacobson.
Just through the chair to the members of the board, I'm a little bit confused what we're gonna work off of. Because what we got tonight handed at the table and what we actually passed a budget and brought to the town bodies is different. So what does everybody want here? Like, I'm an official person, like I want to work off what the actual budget book is and not necessarily what a June enrollment is, but it's going to look a lot cheaper if I use this one. Because right now, this June one that we got handed here tonight at the table, it would only be 7 sections and not 10 for next year. That's $300,000. So you want to go with the budgeted book? Or do you want to go with what we got handed out tonight? Because that's going to make a difference in what you get for backup. Do you know what I'm saying?
I want the person that's making the amendment to give the backup that they want the board to see. Simple. Bring forth what you want to do. If you have backup you want to bring for the amendment, you love the amendment, you have different backup, bring it. So let's see it. Let's talk about it.
I mean, you
If
can
it
do
takes-
both. You can do budget to budget and you can do based
then
on
do
June
both.
1. You
I
can
mean,
do
work
both.
together if you want to. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to be able to assess things myself too. So I don't know, are we supplanting this or not? So we'll just do it off of both. We'll just have to use both.
Yeah.
Mrs. Flynn.
Yeah, I would never have used another enrollment document. I use something that's passed by this body, which is our approved budget. That's where so I'm happy to use whichever, but I would like a little direction from this board. Like, are we using the inventory that's currently done? Are we happy with that? Or are we going to get questions on that as well?
Maybe the suggestion would be to confer with the superintendent
Yeah,
on that.
I'm happy to do that. I can set up is that okay, Mr. Asa, if I set up a meeting with the administration tomorrow before I get you the backup so I make sure it's in accordance with their.
I'm not your dad. Do whatever you want to do. Just get the information to us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think what
First of
Mr. Asa said is that he wished you had done it before tonight so that you came in and we had all that data in front of us.
To be respectful, Mr. Asa, you just gave me a lot of direction. At the end of the day, all I need to do is put in an amendment and make a motion and vote. So I really am also trying to work within, and the alliterations and the descriptions are not really necessary. And I understand that it's late. It's very late. But I waited respectfully through Mr. Krasnoff's amendment. I also wanted this board to have a chance to discuss something that hasn't been discussed. We've gotten through a lot of other topics that other people had passions for. I thought it was in the best interest of this board to bring an amendment in good faith and hear what everyone thought. So I'm happy to do that work. I've already done it with the budget book. I wasn't going to waste the administration's time if 8 members of this body weren't standing with me to reduce class sizes. To be fair, Mr. Asa. So I'm not trying to be anyone's mom. I have 3 kids of my own at home that I do that every day. But
Okay, I think we need to take the tone down a bit. We're talking about something that is hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions. It needs a serious conversation. And one thing I will push back on, anyone in this board saying that we haven't had this discussion since 2004 is flat out wrong. We had this discussion dating back to the spring of 2024. We voted on it in November. We had these discussions then. We committed to the policy that's in front of us. So to say we have not had this discussion is inaccurate. Now we are looking that based on this past experience, we are considering a change to that. But please don't say we haven't had this discussion. We've had multiple And the current policy is what we arrived at. I'm not in any opposition to an amendment or consideration, but I don't like saying that this board hasn't been thoughtful about this. We have had the discussion. The majority voted on this policy. Any other discussion on the amendments before us? Mrs. O'Neill.
Thank you. I just want to start off by thanking Mr. Krasnoff and Mrs. Flynn for bringing these motions forward. Well, Mr. Krasnoff, I appreciate what you did, but I really see what Mrs. Jacobson brought up, that there could be real inequities if we don't maybe switch the language. But I also think we need to think about the conversations we have had recently. We've made a lot of changes in our curriculum. We've been making changes to the elementary school schedule, all with the hopes of increasing student achievement. Any study you look at will say, that the number one factor in student achievement is classroom size. So while I think it's really important to make sure that all of this is feasible, this is going to cost taxpayer dollars. We have to make sure that there are classrooms available. I just want to go on record saying I would support class sizes going as low as possible. So if I love what you brought forward, Mrs. Flynn, so if we can make that work, I would be in full support.
Okay. One thing I'll jump in on is that, Ms. O'Neill, I don't know if I would disagree that classroom size is the number one determinant. The number one determinant is the teacher in the room. So I do want to be very clear about that. Whoever that person is in the room teaching our students is the absolute single most consequential factor in the education of our children. One thing that I will put out to Mrs. Flynn that I need to see in the backup is I need to know the trade-off. If we're talking about and I'm very open to the conversation, I want to know where the money is coming from because we already have an approved budget. And what I do not want to hear from anyone, and that's not just Mrs. Flynn, other people could have, other people who are thinking in favor of this possible amendment, they owe it to do some homework as well. This is not just Mrs. Flynn, but it is Mrs. Flynn's amendment, so I would hope she'd have that conversation. What I don't want to hear is, I trust staff to do the work. Just me personally, I am not interested in that statement. That statement is lazy and irresponsible. We already approved a budget. We have put our stamp behind everything that's in there, every allocation in there. If we're going to be pulling hundreds of thousands, $1 million away from something, we better know what that something is, because this is also a budget that we have spoken on behalf of to the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Finance, and the RTM. And that was not capriciously done. So I would expect that discussion to be prepared with concrete numbers. So that is my request. So thank you for that. Any final questions, queries, concerns about either of the amendments brought before us? Mrs. Jacobson.
So can you just lay out for us and the public what you anticipate the process being over the next 2 weeks?
Absolutely. Well, number one, as I said at the start of this argument, at the start of this discussion, was if there was very clear direction from the board, the policy committee would have taken this up in policy June 15th and done the wordsmithing. I feel very comfortable saying that there is absolutely no clear direction from the board at this time where I feel comfortable that the three of us could possibly wordsmith and capture the will of the board, which means it will be coming on June 23rd. So it would have to be, and again, this is a little bit uncharted territory. That's not normally how we handle policy. So what I will do, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do this. I want to have a recommended motion so that it's very clear that it is a voting item, because otherwise we need a 2/3 vote to put it onto the agenda. How I phrase that is what I'm not positive of, whether we have to take each amendment and put each one on as a voting item, so each one gets voted up or down. that might be the equitable way to do it. I'm not sure. And also when Mrs. Flynn actually runs her numbers, she may change which amendment she's putting forward, or will it still be the two? I don't know because we haven't done something like this before.
And
I
if-
just know that this is not coming before policy because we do not have a clear direction.
And if there's going to be a different amendment possibly, then obviously you would want that submitted to the full board, copies and whatnot prior to the Thursday before the meeting.
Most definitely. I think the board should see it. And then ultimately, obviously, it has to go to Mrs. Brown so that it is disseminated to the board and the board packet, which then is accessible on the website to the public.
Like maybe like I'm mixing and a matching, like something for K2, something for 3-5. I mean, just, okay. So I just, pardon me?
No, I think that Mrs. Jacobson's point was as soon as someone comes up with it. But again, all I would say is that
If I have one, all I'm asking
Yeah.
for is, if you do, if you could get it to us.
Advance of the Thursday?
Like, as soon as possible.
Oh, I mean, it just, okay.
okay, Mrs. Flynn and then Mr. Krauss.
This is just a clarifying question, just to the rest of my board members. I'm gonna go and get that backup work. So the building inventory, all the numbers, budget for that. If through this process, I independently remove some, does everyone want it for all of these? Is there interest in that? Or do you want me to just use my own discretion?
I think it's very clear, whoever is bringing the amendment
Do
forward,
whatever we want.
you do what you want, because if somebody is interested in something different, then they can bring that forward as well. Mr. Krasnov.
I just would hate to see all of these get diluted and confused just because of dates or language or stuff like that. Like, I think this is a really important thing. I wish we would have at least a bigger conversation about mine, because it seems like people feel differently about what dates they would prefer, and I would hate to put forward an amendment that would lose because of the date change and have to amend it over and over at the table. I wish I would get a little bit more guidance on what I should be putting forward.
Mr. Asa.
I don't know if this is appropriate and say so if it's not, but we've done this in the past where we've taken a sense of the body. You're saying it's not coming before policy, but we don't know if there's 5 or 6 people in favor of his amendment or Mrs. Flynn's amendment. The only thing I would say is if you have clear interest in one of the amendments by, let's say, a super majority of the board, it might be worth looking at some of that language on the 15th, not to bombard your plate, but simply based on what the feedback was tonight. And it sounds like it's mostly about the date.
I don't think it's the policy committee's job to craft amendments. That is what I would say. We bring forward a policy that has been amended. I completely
That's fair.
I respect, Mr. Krasnov, what you're looking for. You can send an email to the board. Please do not reply all. Could people individually give you some feedback? I know obviously I need a lot more backup information first. I need to look because I didn't have the report that you were going off of originally. I'm not ready to stand behind anything just yet because I need that additional information. I will tell you that I struggle with complete date flexibility when we're not talking about something that's gone past cap, because I just think August 28th school, I'm making the dates up, so don't hold me to the calendar. It's August 28th, school starts the 29th, we get within 2, triggers a new section, you've got, probably 17 kids showing up in a room with a building sub, if that. And so I understood the point of the August 1st. It made a lot of sense to me. We want to offer this as a quality option. But I hear Mrs. Jacobs, of course, but to Mrs. Jacobson's point about in terms of inequities, I don't think your amendment was inequitable, because what you described is what happens every year. One class goes over the cap on August 25th, another one doesn't go over until September 10th. It's inequitable. I mean, this isn't a perfect science. Nobody envies the superintendent for having to work with this, but we weren't willing to just give carte blanche superintendent discretion on this. We came up with a very prescriptive, by our choice, policy. So it's, Mr. Tassani? Okay,
I have a
I'm set.
question. I have one more question.
Sure, Mrs. Jacobson?
To Mr. Krasnoff, can you just be more specific on what within two means? Where I was getting lost in your amendment is,
Within 2 students?
yep.
All right, so I'll walk you through it.
So if, like, let's just say it's a 75, it's a grade 5 classroom, it's at 25, 25, 25, it's August 21st. What would it need to be?
25, 25, 25 would trigger. 24, 25, 25 would trigger. 24, 24, 25 would trigger. 24, 24, 24 would not trigger. So it's close to the 1 in that scenario, but it's actually, there would be
So
one
in
extra
schools with two
student.
sections,
Then it's even, exactly. Then it would be
so with
24,
schools with more
24.
sections, it's harder to get there.
No, it's still 2 students regardless. It's harder to get over cap. It's the same.
Okay, so I just wanted to be
regardless.
clear. I wasn't sure if within two was 1 and the cap, or is it 1, 2, and cap?
1, 2, and cap.
So it's inclusive of cap. Because
Correct.
I was not interpreting within cap to be
Correct.
within cap and or at cap.
No, it's inclusive of cap. So it's really, it would need 3 students to
They would
trigger,
need 3, okay.
which is
So-
why I said August 1st, because when we looked at the data, in most cases, 3 more were not added to one particular section at one particular grade at one particular school in that month.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
And just to clarify, with Mr. Krasnoff's amendment, there's no budget implications, right? We're within,
You don't know that.
There is none given the current budget that was approved, correct?
It's also June. Okay, any other questions, concerns, comments, especially feedback from Mr. Krasnoff or Mrs. Flynn? Mrs. Barnwerper?
I just want to say that, well, thank you both again for bringing forward these amendments, both to Ms. Flynn and Mr. Krasnoff. I am interested in finding a way to lower the class size. I am interested in receiving that backup information, especially on the 1 student, because I feel like that might be more feasible. But I'm still very interested in Mr. Krasnoff's too. And I just wanted to say that I really just want to, spend some time with the data to see which looks like we can really make it work, next year and moving forward, because I do think it's important. And I think both are, potentially good options and a good start to getting where we need to go. So just thank you and wanted to let you know where I am.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Testani?
So, I think this is a great discussion that we're having. I support whichever way we go, and I will make it work, and we will put together, and work within the budget. My only concern is that, because, like I said, I can make it work financially. I ran the poorest probably district in the state, and we made it work. The only issue that I have is we cannot then be reactive to how we're going to get to the number. And I say that because, and I'm going to use a fictitious example so no one gets upset. We can't get mad then when the next group of parents come out, don't cut my art secretary. Don't, because we're going to have to do something to make this work. And if we're going to prioritize general education and what's happening in the classroom, then we can't worry about some of the other things that really have no implication whatsoever. But there's a perception that it does. That's all I'm saying. Because we can operate within the budget. We are a well-resourced district. We have a lot more than the vast majority of school districts in the country. So make the decision, create the policy, and please allow us then to make it work so that it benefits students and not benefits adults. That's all I'm asking for.
Mrs. Jacobson?
And thank you for that. And I agree with Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, actually, that if you're going to make something that is a significant investment, that it would be up to this board, or at least the person making the amendment, to show where those dollars would come from, so that you do have that direction from the board in terms of take it from here and not there. So I think that is an important step in this conversation. So thank you for raising it.
Any final conversation, questions, concerns, direction to Mrs. Flynn, direction to Mr. Krasnov? Okay, thank you so much for the robust conversation. We're going to move on now to item 7D, Food Services Financial. This is enclosure number 5. He was out in the hallway. Okay, I don't want to delay, so if I may ask for, if everyone's okay, if we could move on to item 7E, we can, obviously we will back up. This is first reading of policy 4151.9, 4251.9, absences and leaves military. This is enclosure number 6. As you will see, the former language was in red, but because the policy committee, with the assistance of Attorney Sedor, made such substantial changes to the policy, we thought it was appropriate that this come back as a new first read. Yeah, you're up. But in 1 second, now we're talking about military. Are there any questions? Basically, what Attorney Sedor gave us was language that came from the law. But go ahead, Mrs. Jacobson.
Yeah, I'm just looking to clarify, just from the policy committee, Mrs. Maxon Kelly, what's wrong with the language the way that it is? Can't we just leave it the way that it is? Like, I'm just trying to understand what's the problem statement here. Because I love it just the way that it is.
Can I get back to you with an answer to that?
Yeah, I think I asked that last times, but I want to have a better understanding of, is there what's the impact of this change? Because right now it's very clear, everybody gets it, you get the job, you get the salary, blah, blah, blah. It becomes less and less clear the further we get down here. My main objective is this: nobody loses something that they've already got. There's no subtraction per this policy. If there is any subtraction from the changing of all employees to eligible employees, I want to know what the subtraction is. If there is any.
So as I recall, the wording was basically taken from the law, and it could very well be an alteration without improvement, but it was just an updating.
It reads significant. So I think the question for me, and I want to be able to answer the public on this, is it exactly the same impact as the language as of today? Or is there any difference?
Mr. Krasnov.
In the old language, it was within 90 days, they had to notify in the new language.
No, I think Mrs. Jacobson is talking about the black language.
Oh, the black language, not
Yes.
the red.
In other words, the original policy.
The original.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mr. Krasnov, are you set? Mr. Asa?
Yeah, Mrs. Jacobson, I misunderstood you. I mean, I'm not on policy, but in the last meeting, I thought you were saying you had no problem with the red language. Yeah, I misunderstood that, so I'm not sure if policy also possibly misunderstood that, because
I can
thought-
tell you we did not
I was
ask that.
surprised to hear that come out of your mouth, because it didn't really jive with what you were saying, but I thought you were saying that I don't know what's wrong with the language, I thought you were talking about their proposed.
Let me get an answer for you. Okay, I did not explicitly ask him that. Mrs. O'Neill?
Sorry. I just had a quick question about wording, because it looks like there's a slight difference between what we looked at in policy and what we have before us tonight. In the first line where it says policy of the Fairfield Board of Education, that every employee eligible under the uniform services employment, and then the one we looked at and policy, it's just it says that every eligible employee. Now, I know it's a slight difference, but
The enclosure number 6 does reflect the change we made in policy.
okay. Okay. Yeah.
Look the law up.
I'm just trying to prevent that kind of question.
Oh, so we defined, we put that wording in to define what eligible meant. But this is the wording that we voted on in policy. So my question to Attorney Sedor will be, what's wrong with the black language? Is there anything else anyone wants me to find out? Because this is not something policy wanted to mess with. Okay, got it. Mr. Krasnov.
When we saw this, didn't it say certified staff?
Well, that's why that's gone.
That's gone.
That's
You're bringing
gone.
it back with employee, which I
Right,
prefer.
we didn't even need to include this red language, but we just, to document the change. That red was what you saw last time, which we completely dismissed and just went to brand new blue language.
And you're now saying eligible employee under the Services and Employment Redeployment Act. Okay, that makes
That's right.
sense. Eligible per the act. Got it.
Okay. Didn't we say 11:45? No, it's midnight.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No. I appreciate you're letting me know. All right. Any other questions on the policy? All right. Now food financials. Please come right up. Other one. What? Well, I'm hoping the memo answered all the questions, but that's wildly optimistic.
No, it's fine.
Okay, questions on the food
objection.
financials. Again, as the memo captures, we will not be having any voting on food lunch prices because we're not changing any lunch prices. Any questions? Again, fairly comprehensive memo. Mrs. Jacobson.
I'll just add a high level question. It's a healthy, we made money, everything's good, we have nothing to worry about, we're not raising prices. That's it. That's all we need to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
And more so, we're also making some investments, some good capital investments. So anybody else? Mr. Asa.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Magnieri. We discussed this in depth in the Finance Committee, and the recommendation of the Finance Committee was that he propose this, present this memo and simply ask for questions because we thought he covered it all. So I think the Finance Committee felt that we were in very good shape, and what they're spend down on is very appropriate.
Yeah.
If we get any of the school breakfast funding in the state budget, and this might be for
Wait,
finance.
any of the what? What was
the,
that?
School meal, the free breakfast thing for all. Just for future reference as a topic for Finance Committee or for Mr. Testani, in next year's budget, like, not that it would change what you're presenting here right now, because that's all good stuff, but just to put it on everyone's radar, if we get some revenue on that, what might that go towards, or how are we gonna use that, in other words?
Yeah, we've looked, we're aware of that legislation and we looked at the impact, so we will consider that for next year.
Mr. Asa?
Yeah, but that money, is that like this money where it can't be used for anything but food service?
It has to
Okay.
stay in the food service
Okay.
account. Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to item 8, Superintendent's Report.
A couple of things as we close out the school year. I want to give a big congratulations to Roger Ludlow Middle School grade 6 student Thea Morgan. She recently published a book, a fantasy novel about a young girl who discovers a magical gift at boarding school called Wanderlust. Thea recently visited the RLMS library to share her journey as a young author with students and staff. So it's a big accomplishment for a grade 6 student. I also want to thank the Fairfield Fire Department and the students from both Ward and Ludlow that decided to take their senior experience with the FFD, sorry. Throughout the program, they gained hands-on experience learning about firefighting equipment, emergency response procedures, hazardous fire situations, and a number of other vehicle I'm not even going to try, yes. It's late. Congratulations to all the students and thank you to the fire department for allowing these students to have this unique experience. I also want to recognize McKinley Language Arts Specialist Shannon Nyland recently completed the year-long curriculum fellowship with the Connecticut State Department of Education as Fairfield Public Schools representative. Shannon was selected for this opportunity in recognition of her instructional expertise, reflective practice, collaborative leadership, and unwavering commitment to supporting both students and colleagues at McKinley and at the district level as well. We're grateful for Shannon for representing Fairfield Public Schools so well and bringing back valuable knowledge and resources to strengthen her practice and inform our work moving forward. And last but not least, I really want to congratulate and welcome the newly appointed Stratfield principal that was announced today, Nikki Callahan, who currently serves in the role of assistant principal at Sherman School. Nikki did a tremendous job moving through the process of 10 highly qualified individuals that started in the first round of interviews. Her exceptional leadership will be brought to Stratfield, and we really look forward to all the work she's going to do, building relationships with students, staff, and families moving forward. There will be an opportunity in the next week or so for Nikki to go and meet staff. And then there will be an opportunity for her to be welcomed by the families at Stratfield School. So thank you for that. And a big congratulations to Nikki.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Open board comment. I would just like to extend congratulations to Mr. Testani. And with his new 3-year contract, we look forward to working with you through all of the various plans, technology, improvement, policy that we have going forward. So we appreciate your working with us and look forward to a good year ahead.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, an honor, and I look forward to working with everyone for another 3 years.
And with that, move to public comment. If anybody would like to come up who has not already spoken to an agenda item, or if you have a new agenda item to speak to, please come on up. I apologize, Mr. Bosch. Hold on one moment. Sorry, I completely skipped committee and liaison reports. I apologize. Anybody with a committee and liaison report? Mrs. Jacobson.
Just really quickly, standing projects for this vestibule should be going in front of Board of Selectmen for contract approvals. I think they're delaying their meeting till the 23rd, but shortly.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Krasnov.
Curriculum committee had to postpone our meeting this past Monday, but we are working on a date to try to get together before the 23rd so that we can review documents. Also, CES chip is staying on for now, and they're starting the process for a replacement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. Now, time for public comment.
Greg Bosch, 470 Jackman. I want to thank the board for its robust discussion tonight on class size policy. But if I said another word before recognizing the outburst from you tonight, Mr. Asa, you can't treat another colleague like that.
Okay, we stick to agenda items. Please do not direct comments at board members.
This is absolutely part of the agenda. As the father of daughters, like, obviously, you're not Mr. Flynn's dad, and I hope that you'll apologize.
Mr. Bosch, if you could please speak to the agenda item of this regular meeting.
There are policy implications to this class size stuff. The policy committee should have been working on this for the past few months. There are facilities implications. That's obviously come up here tonight. And the facilities committee could have been putting together a map of how this fits into our buildings. There are finance implications to this, obviously, and the finance committee could have also been meeting on this. So I get that now it's crunch time and we're down to the wire because there's only so many meetings left before the end of the school year and before the start of the next. What I want to make sure happens here is that on June 23rd, there is a vote to lower class sizes. My personal preference would be to see something like what has been recommended by Ms. Flynn, because it aligns with what I have been talking about now for years. A durable fix, a clean policy that is easy for parents of this district to read and understand. Mr. Krasnoff, I think you've brought a lot of creativity to this
Mr.
conversation.
Bosch, please just speak to the agenda items.
I'm speaking on
We
class
don't
size.
direct comments to board members. You know that.
I think there's been a lot of creativity that has been discussed that is excellent. And if that's the compromise that we can get on the 23rd, then it would help a significant number of students in this district. Please do something before the start of next year. And that is my most sincere request. Thank you for the board's time tonight. I look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Robin Herda, 1414 Melville. I just want to thank you for your time. Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for those 2 amendments. I look forward to seeing all of the data. I love the data. Just as somebody who's been in education and who has a kindergarten student, there's 22 kids in his class. He gets lost very easily. He's really quiet. My first conference was, is he talking? Is he participating? Do you know who he is? It's so much more than just bodies in the classroom. It's materials to set up. It's lessons to prepare. It's connections to make. We just had a faculty meeting and it was fabulous to hear what was working and what wasn't working. And we had a 2nd grade teacher that said during snack time, she took 5 minutes to talk with each kid every day. It was a different kid, and school was not allowed to be discussed. It was all the things that you did outside. So she was able to make those connections. My daughter is in a class of 23 in 1st grade. The joke was we were going to get an ornament that was a sardine can because her teacher refers to the rug as a tin of sardines because they're all packed in there. It's hard. It gets lost. I really worry about teacher burnout. I really, really do. It's stressful, and please know that they don't just stay with that one classroom teacher. They have to travel to art, they have to travel to music. And it's a lot, not just for one teacher, but for multiple teachers. So I look forward to those documents. Thank you for the conversation, and, please consider in Grant where I teach, I have 3 sections of 17, 2 of 18, and it's doable. We have a lot of needs, but it's doable. I cannot imagine adding another table in my art room. It's a lot of 5-year-old, 6-year-old bodies. Who some of them have never had pre-K before, and they don't know what a structured environment is. So please just keep an open mind, and I look forward to seeing the documents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen Miller, Stratfield, all the things. 2 things. So you've heard from so many of our community members. Stratfield is so impacted by the choices that get made in this room about class size. It is not just numbers. It is the full educational experience for our elementary schoolers, especially in the Stratfield community. I so appreciate, while occasionally contentious, the robust discussion that happened tonight. And I cannot articulate clearly enough at this hour or at the end of this whole discussion how useful it is for all of the parents to fully understand the details of the various amendments that are being put forward. Because as you can see, at least from the Stratfield community, we care about what those details are. We care about the implications, not just next year, but 5 years from now. We want a long-term sustainable plan, and we want to be able to understand what the trade-offs are. So I would just ask that as we move towards a vote on something on June 23rd, so we don't have to talk about this again, please be sure that you are communicating to the public aggressively about what all of these details are so that not just the Stratfield community, but our entire FPS community can come to that discussion ready for a non-contentious and robust conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on, there's a few of you who haven't come up yet. You sure? In for a dime.
Christine Marks, 53 Rockland Road. I'm another one with the quiet kid, and she's a really good reader. So I get a lot of feedback on what a great reader she is. Because she's a really quiet kid, maybe she hasn't gotten what she needs in terms of math, first grade Stratfield. And I'm getting a lot of timed tests back in the mail, in the backpack mail. And I don't know that that's the best way for her to be learning. And I wonder if her class size maybe has something to do with the lack of other ways to get to addition and subtraction in first grade. And I wonder if the quiet good reader is going to fall through the cracks because there's 46 or somehow children in her first grade, 2 sections of Stratfield. To echo what everyone else is saying.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. With that, I'll take a recommended motion that this regular meeting of the Board of Education adjourn, moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Mrs. Jacobson. All in favor? It is unanimous. Mrs. Flynn? Yeah, it is unanimous. Thank you.